country will we be with more stratifications of wealth, with people who have done so good? I'm not one of these Democrats that hate successful or wealthy people. Heck, people in my neighborhood, as the only senator that probably lives in a low-income neighborhood, strive to be wealthy. They are doing great. The top quartile of our country for the last 20 years has made extraordinary wealth. God bless them. But when you see that 70, 80% of Americans don't want Medicaid cuts, it's because most Americans know neighbors, family members, church members who rely on Medicaid. They know that their grandmother in a nursing home relies on Medicaid. They know that the disabled child next door relies on Medicaid. And now we want to gut it? $880 billion? You're John McCain. Most people remember the thumb down. They don't remember his words. They don't remember the warnings. This man is in heaven now, and his words, they speak to us in this moment again. Why won't we listen to them? Our deliberations today, not just our debates, but the exercise of our responsibilities, authorizing government policies, appropriating the funds to implement them, they can be sincere in principle, but they are more partisan, more tribal, more of the time than any I remember. Our deliberations can still be important and useful, but I think we'd all agree that they've been overburdened. And right now, they aren't producing much for the American people. Both sides have let this happen. Let's leave the history of who shot first to the historians. I suspect they will find we all conspired in our decline, either by deliberate actions or by neglect. Listen to John McCain. Our system doesn't depend on our nobility. It accounts for our imperfections and gives an order to our individual strivings that has helped make ours the most powerful and prosperous society on earth. Listen to us. Let's trust each other. Let's return to regular order. We've been spinning our wheels on too many important issues because we keep trying to find a way to win without the help from the other side. That's an approach that's been employed by both sides, mandating legislation from the top down without support from the other side. We're getting nothing done. All we've done this year is to confirm Neil Gorsuch. I voted for the motion to proceed to allow debate to continue and amendments to be offered. I will not vote for the bill as it stands today. I will not vote for the bill. We've tried doing this by coming up with a proposal behind closed doors in consultation with the administration, Donald Trump, then signing it on, then springing it on skeptical members, trying to convince them it's better than nothing, asking us to swallow our doubts and force it past a unified opposition. I don't think that is going to work in the end, and it probably shouldn't. Well, this shouldn't work either. This shouldn't work either. This is wrong. This is wrong. I see the leader here. I'm sorry, sir. I should be conserving my energy.
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
Yes, I would yield for a question while retaining the floor.
First, your impassioned remarks are so meaningful. I hope all of America is watching. And if some people are not up at this hour, watch it tomorrow. It's inspiring. And I would just ask my colleague a question. I was there. I spent 4 hours with John McCain before he voted. And we talked and talked and talked and went over the courage of his father and his grandfather in the Navy and the courage that he hoped to show as they did. And I'd ask my colleague this question. Isn't it eerily reminiscent that after John McCain did his courageous act, that here we are, years later, almost a decade later, a few years less, and they're doing the same thing again, cutting people's health care to give tax breaks to the wealthiest people. And isn't it true that John McCain saw the suffering of people who wouldn't get health care and urged people to come together on a bipartisan solution. And wouldn't it be much better if our colleagues from across the aisle, they may not agree with us on everything, but instead of trying to jam another bill down our throats like they did back in 2017, came and worked with us for the betterment of the country, for the betterment of
A lot of courage. They were getting a lot of pressure from the White House. John McCain was viciously attacked afterwards. But his private conversations with members, and you, Senator Schumer, know at the last lap around his track of life, he didn't want to be remembered as someone doing something, to use John McCain kind of language, boneheaded, to hurt a lot of innocent, fragile people and leave them without a plan. When his own governor, Republican governor, I read Republican governors earlier, were saying, don't do this. I want to say something else to the senator in response to his question. I watched you that night, and I just loved something you did, and I've never said this to you. People over here tried to start applauding, and you stood up angrily and told them not to. Because what John showed was something bigger than partisanship. He talks about it, one side trying to win, the other side trying to, it's more ego sometimes than it is ideals. And you stood up and said, no, this is not that moment. We're watching a man take a position that was not easy, that didn't serve his politics, but served his spirit. I don't know if my staff has that envelope of the articles that I wanted specifically, because there's a story in there, and if I don't have it now, I'm going to read it later, about John McCain in the prison camps. But I wasn't here when we had this moment. But when I got here, weeks after this moment, Mr. Leader, all my colleagues on both sides of the aisle wanted to talk about it. It was a special conference in the old Senate chamber. I was not there, but the Democrats and Republicans, it actually changed our behavior in here. It didn't last, but I came here and people said, because of that, we're all going to partner up. And for State of the Union addresses, you have a Republican partner and a Democrat. We go as couples, basically. It was something about this man where the dignity that he had, that we all treasured, in a moment like that, that he began to elevate. I had my partner senator here say to me when I got here, you are not a full senator until you get ripped by John McCain's anger. And I'm
well aware.
Okay, and I never got ripped by him. After my meeting I mentioned earlier in his office, he started inviting me with him. My first Codell was with him and telling me, he told me all the time, Booker, there are two types of senators here. I don't mean that he was casting aspersions on others. There are people that represent their states, and there are statesmen. And he kept challenging me, be a statesman. Not a great Democratic senator, but be a great American senator. He would challenge me over and over and over again. I would go to his national security conferences out at his ranch. And one of my favorite moments as a senator, if I had top 10 favorite moments as a U.S. senator, this is one of them. The leader knows that I am a vegan. And when you go to one of his open barbecues, there is nothing vegan. I mean, they even saturated every vegetable in butter, and mayonnaise was everywhere. But I'm not going to complain. I'm just going to sit and enjoy the conference, the conversations. And so now I'm in a golf cart going home at the end of the night, and the young man who was shuttling me home goes to me, how was the food? Did you enjoy the dinner? And I go, well, actually, if I'm going to be honest, I didn't eat. And they go, you haven't had dinner? And I go, no. I said, I'm a vegan. And they go, well, we're about to pass John McCain's home where he lives, and I'm sure it's late. I'm sure he's asleep, but maybe we can break in and see what's in his fridge. And I'm like, dude, I'm from Jersey. I love this. Breaking into John McCain's house, and I won't have to worry about getting arrested. I said, I'm all in. And so we went in, and as soon as we rounded the kitchen, I looked through the kitchen, and John McCain was sitting there with another elderly, tough-looking man on the couch, engaged in conversation. So I didn't get my joy of breaking into John McCain's house, but I walk in, and he is sitting there with a former secretary, if I remember correctly, of the Navy. And they're like, Booker, sit down, I haven't eaten. He goes, ah. So I'm sitting there eating peanut butter and like celery or whatever, and these two men are talking about government inefficiency. And they say the place that we could be saving the most money, former secretary, if I remember correctly, of the Navy, and one of the great men on national security, they started detailing the waste in the military. They both claimed that we could have much more capacity, greater military effectiveness for billions and billions and billions of dollars less. I'll never forget, again, this is me new to the Senate. I don't know foreign policy like I do 12 years later, or the military like I do 12 years later, but I was listening to these two experienced men complaining about the gross waste that was undermining our overall effectiveness and efficiency. And that's why, to this day, I'm infuriated that when people come in and say they want to cut budgets, the first thing they want to go for is not to take a real, because the military hasn't passed an audit in years, to have a real conversation about a lot of the baked-in corruption and misspending in the military, but they're going after programs that hospital after hospital, healthcare provider after healthcare provider, leader after leader, governor after governor says, are you crazy? And so this is one of the more preposterous moments that you and I both know if John McCain was here right now, he would reject this whole thing because we were literally repeating the same thing we did in 2017, 8 years ago. I will yield for a question while retaining the floor.
Isn't it true, when McCain talked about waste in the military, he studied it, he documented it, he said this is a good thing, this is a bad thing. He helped guide me on many of these things. I voted for some weapon system, getting some people upset because he showed me they worked, and I voted against a lot of them because he showed me they didn't. But isn't it so that our colleagues on the other side, when they talk about waste in the healthcare system, they don't document a thing? They use just a meat axe or a chainsaw, as Elon Musk perversely but proudly said he's going to carry one. And they don't document waste that they say exists, and then they just slash things that people need. That's not waste at all. That's life support for people. Isn't that a huge difference between the way McCain looked at waste, whether it's in the military or anything else, and what we're hearing here today?
Resoundingly, yes. I'm just laughing that every time DOJ puts up their supposed savings, they then try to take them down because as soon as they're fact-checked, so many of them are not done. And I'm not saying all of them. I don't want to paint with a broad brush. I know having Microsoft licenses too many, yeah, there's waste. I wish we were doing this in a bipartisan way. Those cuts would be bigger and probably have a lot more staying power than what they're doing, which is ready, fire, aim, and then having to beg people to come back to work because they fired FAA people or nuclear regulators or what have you. But this is the bigger point that you're making that really is getting me. So you know this, I used to be an executive. There's nobody in this body. Here's a bold and braggadocious thing to say, but fact-check me, anybody. There's nobody in this body that was a governor, a county executive like Coons, or a mayor that cut government as much as I did. I had to cut my government by 25%. Imagine that here on the federal level. And I had to do it because I can't print money. It was a national recession. I was left with a mess, had to do it. But we found ways to do it cooperatively with the legislature, bringing in experts. But this is the point I want to make to you. One thing I couldn't cut was my healthcare costs. And so I started asking people, what can I do? And you know who I found? I found a big business owner who had tens of thousands of employees who said, I had the same problem. And you know what I did? I went into my cafeteria where thousands of people eat, big place, and I saw deep fryers and like Cinnabon-like products and all this unhealthy stuff. And I ripped it all out, had the union ready to go crazy on me, but then I brought in the best shelves. I paid extra money to get the best kind of all healthy, nutritious, whole foods, and then they loved it. And then they started asking me, can we get food to take home for our kids? Because we stopped through McDonald's or Burger King on the way home. Long story short, he said, it began to bend their cost curve. What do we do in the United States of America? What is Donald Trump, I just read all thing doing? He's cutting access to healthy lunch programs. They're threatening to cut SNAP programs. They're threatening to cut the things that would give our residents in America, not the cheap, hyper-processed, empty nutrition foods, but the stuff that is healthy for our kids. So there's so much hypocrisy based in this that even the private sector folks are saying, you are going to drive up costs for your country when you make people get their health care in emergency rooms. You're going to drive up costs for your country when you're going to force people to have to quit their jobs so they can come home and take care of their loved one with dementia. This will drive up costs ultimately for our country, put more hardship on people, all while giving the most wealthy people who don't need it bigger tax cuts. It makes no sense, and that is the spirit of why John McCain voted against this effort in 2017.
I thank the gentleman. It's a hope, maybe forlorn, that maybe one of John McCain's words will influence a few folks over there before we proceed disastrously. I wish the gentleman strength and yield the floor to him.
I appreciate you allowing me to yield to you to answer a question while retaining the floor. I'm going to continue with a little bit more here before we change topics for the night. I want to point out how grateful I am for my friend Chris Murphy. The last time I stood on this floor for many hours was just in support, doing like my colleague is doing for me right now. After the Pulse shooting, we wanted a vote on common sense gun safety, bipartisan supported common sense gun safety. We didn't get it. Chris Murphy right down there held the floor for 15 hours. And I paced around, walked the floor, helped to support things, stayed up with him all night. And it is profound to me that when I told my brother that I wanted to cause some good trouble, that I was going to rise, that he said, I'm in. And so there he is helping me out, especially as we approach 11 o'clock at night. And the fourth hour, I'm just grateful for him. I'm grateful for him. I want to go now to cuts that are being made to local and state health department funding. And again, Republican and Democratic governors, we have letters from people on both sides of the aisle who are saying that this is just wrong. And it makes no sense, but here we go. It's actually a really, what I would call a dangerous reversal that Trump's HH&S recently announced the cancellation of almost $12 billion in federal grants that state and local health departments have been using to track infectious diseases, health disparities, vaccinations, mental health, substance use, and services. Because of that reversal, my state, for example, is going to lose $350 million in federal funding for health programs due to these cuts. My governor, Phil Murphy, said that these cuts would create an unfillable void in funding that will have disastrous ramifications for our most vulnerable neighbors. Last week, we learned that HH&S planned to cut an additional 10,000 jobs. In total, since January, HH&S has cut 20,000 of its employees. That's over a quarter of its workforce. These are people who inspect nursing homes to ensure that they're safe. They improve diagnostic and treatment services for children, regulate health insurance to make sure that they are not discriminating against you based on your health conditions and health status, to protect you from infectious diseases, conduct inspections to make sure that infant formula is safe. And I want to tell you that Secretary Kennedy has committed to bringing radical transparency to the HH&S. I would love radical transparency. But at the end of February, Secretary Kennedy announced that HH&S is no longer required to undergo the public comment period, a practice that's taken place at the agency since 1971. Another critical resource of health information for the American public is the CDC's Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report. That has been published since 1952 and is often called the voice of the CDC. But unfortunately, on January 23rd, the first time since its inception, the report was not published in a direct response to the Trump administration's freeze on public communications. In addition to pausing the critical publication, it also reported that the Pregnancy Risk Assessment Monitoring System had halted operation. This PRAMS, which was developed in 1987, is designed to identify groups of women and infants at high risk for health problems, to monitor changes in health status, and to measure progress towards goals in improving the health of mothers and infants. Over the last 38 years, the program has collected essential data on maternal behaviors and experiences before, during, and shortly after pregnancy. Maternal care providers rely on that data collected by PRAMS, the sole source of this type of information, to enhance prenatal and postnatal care. The U.S. is in the midst of a mortality crisis, which we mentioned before. We have the highest rate of maternal deaths of any high-income nation. As I learned when I was a mayor, data is power. You can't manage a problem unless you have measures on the problem. To pull back things like that, again, you're reducing transparency, you're cutting back on vital reports that people who are trying to meet this crisis rely on to inform their strategies. And again, here's the frustration, is that as we are the worst in maternal health outcomes for developed nations, but even in our country, African American women are 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes than the majority. This is one of the countries where it's profoundly dangerous to have kids. And again, this is yet another thing that HHS is doing that's leaving us more vulnerable, less informed, less empowered to deal with the health challenges that we still deal with. Since the Trump administration made the disastrous decision for agencies to pause external communications, we've been seeing significant delays in critical information from other key agencies. There have been avoidable delays in critical data from the CDC that states are starting to speak out, saying that they need to protect the health of their communities. As of March 20th, when it comes to vaccines, what we're seeing in America, talk about getting less safe. There are 378 confirmed cases of measles throughout the United States. As one of my doctor friends said, there are more children with measles right now than there are trans athletes in the NCAA. This is a real crisis. For the first time in a decade, a child who was not vaccinated for measles tragically died in that outbreak. And while measles is spreading across our nation, and we're having one of the worst flu seasons in the last decades, HHS has delayed the convening of critical advisory councils at the CDC and FDA. These advisory councils are responsible for determining the vaccine schedule, what vaccines must be covered by insurance, and the safety, effectiveness, and appropriate use of vaccines. They do essential and timely work to keep people safe, and disruptions to their work can be harmful to the health of the American people. Let me go to the National Institute of Health. It's the largest public funder of biomedical research in the world. It's facing devastating cuts. The NIH is one of the greatest successes in publicly funded scientific research in all of human history. The US is one of the best places to do scientific research because it has had more capacity than any other country to fund and conduct research at the highest levels. Pauses, lapses, and elimination of NIH funding will drive researchers to do their research in other countries and undermine the efforts to cure diseases, to find solutions to conditions, from obesity to Alzheimer's to cancers. One of the best taxpayer dollars we can invest is in NIH because it returns more than 5 taxpayers' dollars back in the breakthroughs that they make. We have put the future of scientific research in the United States at grave threats with what the Trump administration is now doing. They've imposed cuts and a number of harmful orders on the NIH that have both stalled its research and confused its partners. 99.4% of the FDA-approved drugs come from the NIH-funded research. Let me just say that again. NIH-funded research has led to 99.4% of all the FDA drugs that are out there. The NIH funding cuts will directly affect your access to future novel treatments that can improve your quality of life or your children, or if you love your neighbor like so many religions call us to do, with your neighbor's children as well. Here's an example of that. Hepatitis C is a liver disease caused by the virus HCV, and it is one of the most common types of viral hepatitis in the United States. It is estimated that 3 to 4 million Americans have hepatitis. In 2014, the first complete treatment for hepatitis C was approved by the FDA. The development of this revolutionary new treatment that has since been used to cure millions of people around the world was funded by, NIH research. This is a type of life-saving innovation we will lose out on if we defund the NIH as the Trump administration is currently doing. American enterprise and knowledge will be drained. We will fall behind. We already know there's fierce competition for the researchers by countries like China. They are aiming, in fact, they are upping their investments in scientific research, doing everything they can to keep scientific researchers in their country. I was just talking to an innovator out in the West Coast who was telling me that they're starting to take passports away from their researchers. There's a fierce competition going on to keep the best minds here in this country or be drawn away to other places from Europe to China, and we're stopping our funding? I've heard from academic institutions that are telling me that they're not even offering as many PhD programs in some of these key areas of science because of the attacks that are happening on our universities, all while China is upping their investments in the universities. I can't believe that they're trying to out-America us, and we're trying to turn our back on our most successful traditions. One of his first actions, President Trump imposed a communications freeze on all U.S. health agencies, effectively silencing some of our nation's top researchers, scientists, and public health experts. This action stalled 16,000 grant applications for around $1.5 billion in NIH funding. The NIH has since begun to incrementally send notices to the Office of the Federal Register to resume reviews. The combination of these actions irresponsibly have stalled our nation's primary source of life-saving biomedical research. It is our understanding that full communications have not been resumed and that it continues to impede critical research at the NIH. As I've been told time and time again by experts in this area, just to pause funding could set research back years. Because when you're conducting research, whether it's in a test tube, in biomedical research, you can't pause. Whether it's in a human body, in biomedical research, you can't pause. Across the nation, brilliant researchers have been finding out daily that the Trump administration has canceled their research. Research on critical issues like maternal health, long COVID, diabetes, new pharmaceutical drugs, cancer, and so much more. The NIH has decided to cancel its 2025 summer internship program. On average, 1,100 interns participate in this program each year, helping develop the next generation of scientists and researchers. A small number of summer interns had already been accepted their offer to join the NIH in 2025. The decision follows the Trump administration's federal hiring freeze. Again, in my faith, there's a saying, train a child in the way he shall go, and he will not depart from it. These are our young people. These are the future scientists now aren't getting the experience of the lifetime. I've met people in this institution who first came here as college summer interns. The NIH has decided not only to cancel those internships, but to shut the door to many kids who had already made their summer plans. Many people here know what it's like to have a summer plan, have a summer internship, not apply for other ones. It's another act of just meanness and cruelty. let this class come in and then say, okay, I'm going to cut the program next year. But the way they're doing things is mean and cruel and having an impact on people's lives. Congressionally directed medical research programs. I've worked across the aisle with my colleagues. I have friends in here that have worked with me on specific diseases in a bipartisan way. I'm so proud of some of that work. Well, we've long appropriated about $1.5 billion a year in federal funds for medical research, nearly half of which typically goes to cancer. It's something that we have found common ground on in my 12 years here in significant stretches. The medical research program was created and sustained by Congress, competitively awards funds to hundreds of projects each year at both the Defense Department labs and outside research institutions, including at many American universities, to study everything again from cancer to battlefield wounds to suicide prevention. In 2024, $130 million was specifically appropriated in a bipartisan way in this body, incredibly good senators of good conscience coming together and saying we should do more in these areas. They approved $130 million for research in breast, kidney, lung, melanoma, ovarian, pancreatic, prostate, and a handful of very rare cancers. Why? Because they're people of good conscience here. We meet folks who come to this, they're not lobbyists, they come and they tell us about their stories of rare cancers. There are people on both sides of the aisle that have marched for prostate awareness, for breast cancer awareness. There's a goodness and decency here, but in 2024, this funding, it's a bill that passed in March. It was now slashed by 57%. And I told you earlier, that data, one of the best taxpayer dollars we can spend is in medical research. We've all heard this in this body when the NIH has come through and shown a dollar invested could get more than $5 back. Any Wall Street executive that would get 5 times their money back from an investment, who is this helping? And do we think about the people? I thank God I don't have many family members that are going about your day, go to the doctor, come back with a cancer. I know lots of people, though. I know their stories. When they're diagnosed with a cancer and they're told there's no cure. I've seen people go through what you go through in that. And so, how could the country that has led humanity for more than a generation or two suddenly have a president come along and say, I'm going to slash all of these things, and oh, by the way, I'm going to give billionaires a big tax cut? So what do we say when these folks come to our office? Some of the people with rare diseases came to my office a couple weeks ago. And the amount of their funding is so small. And maybe if it was to solve our budget deficit, if we're going to do this as a country, we got to come together in a bipartisan way. The debt is I'm one of these Democrats that believes it's a real crisis. But we are not solving the deficit in what they're proposing here. They're cutting and cutting and cutting things that make no sense to cut. And they're doing it for tax breaks which disproportionately go to the wealthiest and to rack up even more debt. I want to read this article, and my staff told me we have lots of sections to go through, and it's been 4 hours and 11 minutes. But this is one that hurts me because I've met so many people who fall into this category. I want to read an article that deals with an issue called medical debt and the ongoing impact it has on people as part of their lives. The Affordable Care Act, when we did that, we lowered the costs and implemented protections for Americans, requiring insurers to cover pre-existing conditions, expanding Medicaid, which we've talked about a lot tonight, implementing caps on out-of-pocket costs for Americans. All of these helped in alleviating medical bankruptcy for some. Medical bankruptcies in America have gone down, but not all. We still live in a country where one of the top reasons for bankruptcy is medical debt. One of my staffers kind of shook me with the reality she was dealing with, which is she's got stratospheric medical debt. So here's an article from Healthcare Insights. It's not a partisan rag, it's a scientific journal. How medical debt is crushing 100 million Americans. It's from October of last year. This author, I just want to give a little more understanding of what kind of article this is. It's John August. He is the Scheinman Institute's Director of Healthcare. George Curley is one of 52 million people, or 1/3 of Americans in the workforce, who earn $15 an hour or less. I had the opportunity to interview George recently about his experience with medical debt and how it has impacted his life. Having suffered an industrial accident, and even though his employer was responsible for his injuries, and he carried health insurance, he still accumulated $20,000 in medical debt. George grew up in Dallas and spent his life working hard as a full-time warehouse and retail worker. At one point in his life, he found a job and he enjoyed working as a forklift driver in a factory that produced ceramic tile. In time, he switched jobs, working on the production line. One fateful day, a piece of metal struck him in the foot. He had to have surgery and underwent the amputation of one of his toes. He had to take a month off from work, and when he returned, he went back to driving the forklift. He found that due to his accident and surgery, he couldn't operate the forklift to his satisfaction. He became frustrated, and not being able to operate the forklift, he grew depressed and left the job. It took me 3 months to get back on my feet after the toe amputation. There were nursing care for 2 months to help me work again. This life-saving medical procedure left me with over $20,000 in debt, even with insurance, exclamation point. I avoided doing necessary follow-up with doctors due to not being able to afford additional care. There were hard times on top of this. I suffered a great deal of depression due to losing my job during my leave of absence. This medical debt is currently following me. There was a point of time that I was rebuilding my credit. Before the surgery, I built it up by over 120 points. With the medical debt on my credit report, my credit score dropped 60 points. The big drop in score has not allowed me to get my own place. I'm not able to continue to pursue my dream of being a voice actor due to not having proper financial footing to get back to school. I can travel and do things I would like to do. I can't travel and do things I'd like to do. I'm working, but things are very financially tight. The medicine I need is being paid out of pocket. After paying my bills, I'm in the negative. There is no money left over to pay my medical debt. I can't save money right now, not even towards retirement. To have this medical debt on my credit score means not being able to pursue a better life. He went on short-term disability for a while, but then found the part-time job he holds now at Walgreens. He had to return to work to pay for the house he and his brothers had purchased. Through this period, George had to take payday loans, and between those loans and his weekly wages, he attempted to pay back the money he owed the hospitals. He learned that because of his medical debt, his credit rating was destroyed by credit agencies who learned that he had fallen behind on his payments to the hospitals. According to the Consumer Finance Protection Bureau, which I guess barely exists now, 100 million Americans owe $220 billion in medical debt. 100 million Americans owe $220 billion in medical debt. George told me that the medical debt has had several devastating impacts on his life: inability to borrow money for a mortgage or a car, employees ask for credit reports, and reports that show an applicant for a position are often rejected to a poor credit report. This has impacted his ability to find a better job than his part-time job at $15 an hour with no benefits working at Walgreens, where he lives in Garland, Texas. Incredible stress that further impacts his health conditions, including diabetes. An additional note, Garland, Texas, where George lives, is near Dallas, which includes Garland and Dallas is a locality with high medical debt and high profit for healthcare systems in the region. Though George makes very low wages, medical debt is a broadly shared experience by Americans across income groups. Clearly, low-wage workers suffer the worst burden, but the problem is pervasive and a broad feature of American life. Some background. In the oft-cited study, as many as 65.5% of people who file for bankruptcy blame medical bills as a primary cause. I'm going to repeat that in the article. 66.5% of Americans who file for bankruptcy blame medical bills as their primary cause. 2/3 of Americans who are filing bankruptcy point to medical bills as the cause. As many as 550,000 people file for bankruptcy every year for this reason. More than 500,000 Americans, year after year after year after year after year after year, for no fault of their own, because of a metal bar shoved up through his toe, because of a diagnosis of cancer, because of diabetes, because of things outside of their control, they rack up medical debt that, as this man, can erode their well-being. This data has been known about how many Americans affected and has continued even with the passage of the Affordable Care Act. Lesser known is the amount of medical debt that Americans carry. What are the causes of this burden on so many? While more Americans have health insurance today than ever before, coverage has many gaps. High deductibles and narrow networks, which prevent patients from seeking health providers of their choice, and common cause of accumulation of high-cost bills. When patients understandably seek care from a preferred provider, too often that care is not covered. Most healthcare plans only provide 80% of payment for covered costs. 20% patient responsibility of high medical bills can leave people unable to pay their bills. Approximately 14 million people in America, 6% of adults in the US, owe over $1,000 in medical debt, and about 3 million people, 1% of Americans, owe medical debt of more than 10 grand. Additionally, this government report identifies many of the components of medical debt which are completely out of control of the patient. In most cases, these practices are unlawful, but hospitals use these tactics frequently to press patients to pay, including double billing. Companies can not attempt to collect on medical bills that have already been paid by the consumer insurance or a government program such as Medicaid or Medicaid. This practice can coerce consumers into paying twice for the same service. Expanding legal limits. Companies must not attempt to collect amounts that surpass federal or state caps, such as those set by the Federal No Surpass Act or state laws on reasonable rates. These violations can saddle consumers with unjustly high medical debts, burdening their finances. Falsified or fake charges. Debt collectors must not collect on bills that include upcoded or exaggerated services or charges that service the consumer did not receive. Collecting unsubstantiated medical debts. Debt collectors must not attempt to collect medical debts. These are all awful practices that go on. Here's Paul Sugar's story, compelling and tragic. Paul spent much of his life, starting as a child, as learning about jewelry, living in a small town near Albuquerque, New Mexico. At an early age, he earned enough money selling silver and turquoise necklaces to be able to buy a motorcycle. As he became an adult, he developed a successful business in the mining and selling of silver and turquoise used in making jewelry. He also worked at GE the GE engine plant, but was laid off during the time of industrial downsizing. He went to work for Quest installing communications infrastructure, but was laid off from that job when Quest was acquired by US West. So he returned to his business. On January 9th, 2019, he was terribly injured in a fire at his home. He is still recovering physically and economically after losing 66% of his skin and getting care at a specialty trauma unit in another part of the country. He ended up owing over $82,000 in medical bills. The medical debt on his credit report means he has not been able to get loans to expand his business and earn more after the fire. His medical bills totaled $550,000. Insurance covered most of it, but it was still more than he could pay. He made payment plans with all of his various bills, but when his credit card number changed, some of the automatic payments he had arranged for did not go through, and the bills ended up in collection before he even knew he was behind. Prior to the fire, he always had stellar credit rating, but since this medical debt, it has gone down. It's in his business, it's important to be able to take out short-term loans to supply the company, but now he can't do that at reasonable terms and rates. He spent his retirement savings account trying to pay back all of his medical bills, his retirement savings, but it wasn't enough. Now he worries about his future. How will he retire? Will he have enough for his daughter's college education? Can he move homes if he needs to? At one point, he needed to replace his car because he and his wife had to travel 18 hours round trips every couple of weeks to receive prescriptions for pain medication. He was denied the credit to do so. Our healthcare professionals are on the front lines of the impact of medical debt. Doctors and other healthcare professionals experience firsthand when patients are denied care due to medical debt. This article describes how healthcare systems deny patients with medical debt. Dr. Matt Hoffman, who was a leader in the successful effort to form a union with Doctors' Council in 2023, talked about this problem. They instructed staff to stop providing care to patients with more than $4,500 in overdue bills, going beyond the more common practice of turning such debts over to collection agencies. He and his fellow doctors protested their healthcare system's decision to deny patients access to care due to medical debt. Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison banned the denial of care for patients with medical debt. I mean, these practices sound like they're Byzantine. They don't sound like America, or at least who we should be. There's a lot of New Jerseyans who are dealing with medical debt. There are a lot of New Jerseyans that are being impacted by these programs that the president has already rolled back. I'm standing today because of this crisis in our country, and one of the strategies that Donald Trump and his team have talked about is to flood the zone, flood the zone, flood the zone. And so sometimes press doesn't even cover the cutting of some of these programs, some of these benefits that help people who are struggling with medical debt or struggling making ends meet, help them access health care. It's a level of distraction and cruelty. And again, why? Why are they cutting this? They're saying they're trying to make government more efficient or more effective. Well, it's not effective for these folks. And what are the savings going to go to? Is it going to go to expanding medical research, expanding those things that when taxpayers invest money on, they get returned? No, they're cutting medical research. They're cutting the things that empower children to grow up and have healthy, productive lives. And again, what they're aiming to do with it, is to provide massive, massive tax cuts. I'm coming to the end of this section, but there are more voices that I want to include. I'm going to read a few, and then I think I'm going to get a question from my colleague. So a few more pages, if I may, before we begin. It's a dialogue, or at least I'll receive a question, I imagine. But I just want to elevate some of these voices. This is a person writing to me on February 28th. Dear Senator Booker, I'm writing to you as a concerned citizen and most importantly as a proud aunt of a PhD in neuroscience, dedicating her life to research that could lead to life-saving treatments. As a minority in science, she has worked incredibly hard to break barriers in a field that is not always welcome to people like her. Watching the current political attacks on research funding is not just heartbreaking, it's dangerous for our country's future. Science is not political. It serves all people, regardless of race, background, or party affiliation. Yes, funding cuts to agencies like NIH and the National Science Foundation threaten to halt critical research, slowing the development of treatment for diseases that impact millions. These cuts will push out brilliant young scientists, many of whom have already had to fight to get where they are to do the research they're doing. This is not just about my niece or scientists in general, it's about every American. Disease does not choose a political party. Cancer, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, and countless others affect Republicans and Democrats alike. Without strong investment in research, we are all at risk of losing the chance for better treatments, new cures, and improved health care. Beyond health funding, science will hurt our economy. Scientific research drives innovation, creates jobs, and ensures that the U.S. remains a global leader. A country that does not invest in science is a country that falls behind. I urge you to continue standing with the scientific community, supporting young researchers from all backgrounds, and fighting to protect and expand research funding. This is one of the most critical investments we can make for health, for economic growth, and for the future of every American. Thank you for your time, leadership, and dedication to building a stronger, smarter, and healthier nation. A couple New Jersey sources. At my university, this is a letter from someone in Somerset, New Jersey. At my university, I am extremely concerned that we are not as large an institution as some of the others and do not get as much state aid. We rely on these funds far more than running facilities. If this goes into effect, it will ultimately lead to the loss of jobs, research, opportunities for students, and will stunt our growth as we embark on a journey to become an R1 institution. I'm not sure we could recover from this anytime soon. Another person on these cuts to the NIH. I'm a postdoctoral researcher performing basic science research on bacterial communication. In short, I'm seeking to understand bacterial chemical communication to find new pathways for therapeutic development. Antibiotic research resistance is already killing thousands of Americans each year. We need new treatments provided by indirect costs to find these cures. Indirect costs actually directly funded my day-to-day work, providing funds for building maintenance staff, university-shared resources such as electron microscopes, and common laboratory supplies such as liquid nitrogen. Without any of these resources, my job and those of others researchers seeking new cures would be impossible. Thus, eliminating or reducing these funds will have a negative repercussions on the health and well-being of the American people for generations to come. It's my constituent from Plainsboro, New Jersey. Related to federal grant funding freezes, another New Jerseyan writes, I'm a researcher at a university in New Jersey where I study ways to combat cancer and promote infant health, critical research that ensures generations grow into healthy adults. My aspirations align with yours, fostering a strong, healthy, and educated population. For this reason, I urge you, Cory Booker, to take immediate action to restore normal federal grant operations so that my colleagues and I can continue making paradigm-shifting, state-of-the-art discoveries with the potential to save millions of lives. This university is dependent upon federal grants, a testament to the world-class quality of our research and its leadership in the biomedical field. These grants enable groundbreaking advancements that position the United States at the forefront of scientific information. I had planned to apply for a federal grant in 2025 to further my research. But with the current uncertainty, I'm deeply concerned about my application's future. Here's another scientist. My 5-year NIH grant is in its second year, and although my first year budget ended and I submitted all the required documents, my second year funding was cut. We need the funding to be able to continue our critical research. Here's another patient story. At age 17, a large black spot blocking his vision suddenly appeared in my patient's right eye. Over the next couple of months, multiple trips to increasingly specialized doctors led to a clinical diagnosis of von Hippel-Lindau disease. The diagnosis received by phone on his 18th birthday. This is a genetic disease in which the damaged VHL tumor suppressor gene fails to stop tumors from growing. Patients experience randomly occurring tumors in up to 10 organs. And the only available treatment was surgery to try to remove the tumors. The patient is one of about 10% of patients who are de novo, the result of random genetic mutation. In this patient's case, scans had revealed not only a large tumor on the optic nerve of his right eye, but also a huge tumor encompassing one of his adrenal glands that, in retrospect, had been causing him headaches, inability to concentrate, and anxiety due to consistently elevated adrenal levels, while MRI scans also related tumors in his spine, kidney, and pancreas. This tumor and entire adrenal gland needed to be removed. After months of injections, his eye interspersed with laser treatment, he lost the vision in his right eye. The time needed for medical care required us to give him to give up his team sport, losing both a support group and the chance to compete at the Division I level, but he continued with his final exams, graduation, and plans to study engineering at the university. With continued regular monitoring, he was able to attend university, but the trauma of his diagnosis and the processing of the impact of what it might mean for his life, coupled with the stress of engineering studies, brought on significant mental health challenges. He did go on to graduate, traveling to the NIH for his regular surveillance, supported by various specialists. In 2022, a kidney tumor had grown large enough that he needed surgery again. The kidney is a sensitive organ and will normally have full nephrectomy of the affected kidney. Doctors were treating him. And now at age 24, his tumor was removed in a successful kidney-sparing robotic operation. Yet tumors on his spine continue to grow. This experience of my patient and many others encapsulates the miracle of medical research funding that has such a powerful impact on people's lives. We were able to get seriously miraculous things done. But without funding for these diseases, we may never have a chance to test the ideas and develop them in a way that led to a drug that ultimately helped this patient with these tumors. This is a success story, but will we have more? Will we have others? The drug we developed is expensive. Current recommendations are to take it daily. Nothing is known about its long-term side effects. More research is done. It's not known whether patients can take breaks from the drug. Stopping at some point might mean tumors would resume. One of the congressionally directed medical research program grants recommended for FY25 funding is going to look precisely at many of these questions. Two others will examine other aspects of critical treatment. These are life or death issues for the patients. And yet this funding now is threatened. Yet this research now is threatened. Please continue to fully fund the congressionally directed medical program. I'm going to read a few more and then pause, just in case my colleague wants to ask a question. But this is Carrie Muller from Texas. My family has benefited from congressionally directed medical research programs because my 13-year-old daughters have neurofibromatosis, a rare genetic disease which causes uncontrolled tumor growth. My daughter Caitlin was diagnosed with a brain tumor 2 years ago, and thanks to a drug whose research was seeded with congressionally directed medical research program, her brain tumor has decreased to the point that it is now undetectable on an MRI. Without this drug, she would have had to try other chemotherapy treatments that would have been more invasive, in addition to brain surgery to bypass a blockage the tumor would have caused. This is Samantha Pearson from Las Vegas. For just over 4 years, I've been on a clinical trial at UCLA. The meds were just recently FDA approved. While the side effects sometimes may be questioned agreeing to the trial, being told my tumors have drastically shrunk, made it all worthwhile. My pain has decreased. My plexiform neurofibroma is 90% smaller, and I am so happy that I get to be a part of this clinical trial made possibly by NFRP because of my participation in the drug trial. There is story after story here of people, Camille Olenberg, Jan Domowski, Lola Neudecker, Professor Alexander Robachevsky, Kyle Retz, Carissa Heberkamp from Illinois, Samuel Curtin, Dr. Stephanie Bucks-Hoveden, Katharina Hopp, Jared Tare, Dr. Terry Watnick, Scott Howe, Marine Corps retired, Van Stewart, United States Navy, Reed Novotny, Colonel, Maryland Air National Guard, Alex and Leslie, Chip and Kristen, Greg and Molly from Denver, William Tuttle, United States Navy. After my son's birth and diagnosis, I was diagnosed with tuberculosis sclerosis complex at the age of 43, just 3 months after I retired from the 23-year naval career. The complexity of this disease means that it remains to be seen whether my young son will be able to live the typical life that I have been fortunate to live. Because of research conducted through the TSCRP, my son has effective treatment options available to him that were not even just a decade ago. But there's still so much to learn. Again, another person benefiting from our research, benefiting from the funding that's now being threatened and cut. Beth Theinland from Nevada, Shelley Mitzner, Reed Hoffman, David Brooks Carpenter, military family, Major David Long, United States Air Force, Deborah Moritz, Fran Heiler. I just want to say that the Declaration of Independence clearly states, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. How can you have life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness without health? Health is at the core of life. Health is at the core of true liberty. Health is at the core of the pursuit of happiness. The right to health is fundamental for overall well-being and for the realization of other human rights. In his annual State of the Union address to Congress on January 6, 1941, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt underscored the importance and shared commitment to 4 freedoms. Many of you know them. The first freedom is freedom of speech and expression. The second is the freedom of every person to worship their own way. The third is the freedom from want, which means every person deserves peace and health, among other things, he said. The fourth freedom is a freedom from fear, which in our country of great wealth, no one should fear their health care going away. We have known from our country's beginnings and throughout that we must do all we can to provide for our people, and we have tried to do that over the years, from Social Security Act of '65, which created Medicaid and Medicare, the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act of 1996, HIPAA, to the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act of 2010, the ACA. We should be adding to these protections and benefits, trying to get more people health coverage. We should be caring for each other. We should be loving each other. We should be fighting for the justice of each other. We should be hearing the cries of parents worried for their children. We should be hearing the agony of a partner whose spouse has Alzheimer's. We should be standing up for these folks. This is why we fight. This is why I stand. Yes, I'll yield for a question while retaining the floor.
Senator Booker, first of all, I want to express my gratitude to you for recognizing the gravity of this moment. Your ability to see that we are facing a series of threats that are not normal, a series of threats to families, to children, to individuals, threats to our democracy, threats to our rule of law. I think it's really important. And you have endeavored to do something extraordinary here, to stand on your feet for as long as you can to convey both to our colleagues and to the public that because these are not normal times, what is required of us is something different than a normal response. And I know maybe we have extended the amount of time that you had planned to talk on this particular topic of the threat to Americans' health care, but I don't know that there's anything more important than that we're talking about today in the United States Senate. Because the scope of what Republicans are talking about here is absolutely extraordinary. And I want to lay out for you, a few additional facts and numbers and ask you to respond to them as you wrap up your time talking about this particular topic. But let me just underscore what you have laid out very well. We are talking about nearly $900 billion worth of cuts to Medicaid in order to pay for about $1 trillion worth of tax cuts for the wealthiest 1% of Americans. There will be table scraps in the Republican bill for middle-class consumers and families, but the bulk of the tax cuts are going to the very, very wealthy, millionaires and billionaires, frankly, people who have done tremendously well in this country over the past several decades, who are not in need of more. And so you were very right to point out the immorality of the 2017 attempt to cut the Affordable Care Act, which insured 20 million Americans. But Medicaid covers 70 to 80 million Americans. And the new wrinkle is that this proposal doesn't just cut health care for tens of millions of Americans. Estimates are that it could be 30 million Americans that lose health care under the Republican proposal. No, this is even more difficult to swallow for the American public than the 2017 attempt to cut and eliminate the Affordable Care Act, because this measure is a direct transfer of money from the poor and the middle class, the people who are on Medicaid, to the very, very wealthy. Frankly, it could turn out to be the biggest transfer of wealth in the history of the country from the poor and the middle class to the wealthy. Which is why I think you are taking this extraordinary step to make sure that our colleagues and the American people know the gravity of this moment. A lot of Republicans all across the country are not doing town halls any longer. They are not meeting in person with their constituents. And so there's a lot of Americans that are going to be in the dark, that have a lot of questions about what's happening here, about why it is necessary to cut a program like Medicaid that insures 24% of Americans to the bone in order to finance a tax cut for the very, very wealthy. One of the things I just wanted to set up for you here is, just to note that Americans may be surprised to know that 24% of Americans are actually on Medicaid today, because some Americans may say, well, my insurance isn't Medicaid. My insurance is through Mississippi Can, or my insurance is through Access Nebraska, or my insurance is through Centennial Care, or in Connecticut, my insurance is through Husky Health. In New Jersey, it's New Jersey Family Care, right? So Medicaid normally isn't called Medicaid. It's called something different in every state. And so it's important for you to understand that so many of your neighbors are on Medicaid, even though it may not be called Medicaid in your state. That's how we get to 24% of American families on this particular program. And the Joint Economic Committee, which is a committee of Congress, did a study, issued a report talking about how many people would lose their health care insurance on a state-by-state basis if this $880 billion cut to Medicaid went through. And I won't go through the whole list, Senator Booker, but I just pulled out some states that are represented by our Republican colleagues. In Alabama, 20% of Alabamans are on their Medicaid program. And in total, 330,000 people in one state, Alabama, would lose their health care if this cut went through. In Arkansas, 25% of families are on the Arkansas Medicaid program, 250,000 people would lose their health insurance. In Florida, 17% of the state is on Medicaid. 1.3 million Floridians could lose their health care because of these Medicaid cuts. We can just go on and on. 20% of Iowans are on the Medicaid program, 20% of Indiana residents, 25% of Kentucky residents, 30% of Louisianans are on their state's Medicaid program. 500,000 residents of Louisiana could lose their health care. Some of that would happen in a sort of slow-moving catastrophe, but as you pointed out, Senator Booker, a lot of that would happen immediately because many of the states that have taken advantage of the Affordable Care Act Medicaid expansion have a built-in clause to their state's law that says the minute the reimbursement rate declines, even if it declines by only a few percentage points, the entirety of the Medicaid expansion program is eliminated. So overnight, you will have millions of people who will lose their health care insurance. But as you have rightly pointed out, that's just the beginning of the disaster. Because there are hundreds of rural hospitals in this country that are right now living on the brink of disaster. If Medicaid reimbursements drop just by 5 or 10%, those rural hospitals are out of business. Same can be said of thousands of drug treatment centers in this country, addiction treatment centers. And so you're ultimately talking about hundreds, if not thousands, of hospitals and health centers closing, millions of Americans losing their health care insurance. And for what? And for what? To be able to hoard a bunch of money so that the richest Americans can buy a third vacation home? So that millionaires can double their landscaping budget? Who's asking for this in America today? Of course there's a conversation to be had about efficiency in our healthcare programs, but none of that conversation is happening here. If it was, you wouldn't be reading the letters of all of these associations representing healthcare groups predicting disaster. They would actually be in the room at the table, because if you really wanted to save money, you'd actually put the doctors and the hospitals and the medical providers who know something about the system in a room. But instead, this is a political decision that's been made to cut a certain amount of money that does not coincidentally line up to the amount of money that the Republican budget bill wants to give in tax cuts to the very, very wealthy. And so you, I think, rightly put emphasis and drew attention to John McCain's decision. And of course, we should always give credit to Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins, who also voted no in 2017 on the repeal of the Affordable Care Act bill, because it's just a reminder that you are under no obligation as a United States senator to do the wrong thing if you know what the right thing is. You work so hard to get this job, spend your entire life working to become somebody who can make important decisions like we can in the United States Senate. And you are under no obligation to outsource your decision-making to the President of the United States or your party leadership. Everybody here gets to make an independent decision on what's right or wrong. And this just feels plain wrong. A thoughtless, unplanned, massive cut in Medicaid that's going to throw millions of people off their health care in order to finance a tax cut, the majority of which is going to go to people who don't need it. Every senator here can make up their own mind as to whether that is the right thing or the wrong thing to do for this country. And the exercise that you are engaged in, Senator Booker, is a simple one, just trying to make sure that all the facts are on the table. That last segment you did on the impact on medical research should be reason alone for folks to reconsider the path this administration is taking. But the Medicaid cuts as a mechanism to further enrich those that are already plenty rich, man, I just don't imagine that is anything that the American public are clamoring for. And so, Senator Booker, I just wanted to really thank you for standing up and making this moment possible. And I want to leave you with just two stories on this topic that have come into my office, and then ask you a question. This is all a lead up to a question. So I have a constituent who was paralyzed about a decade ago, and he now exists in a wheelchair, and the only insurance program that can provide him with what he needs from a mechanical and technological standpoint, plus the drugs he needs to survive, is Medicaid. It's his only option. It's his only option. He can't work. He's paralyzed. Medicaid is his only option. And for him and for millions of others, Medicaid is life or death. It's just life or death. If you're talking about cutting Medicaid by as much as 20%, that's what we're talking about here today. An $880 billion cut to Medicaid represents about 10% of the overall program. But you have to assume that states are not going to continue to match if the federal government isn't putting in their share. So that 10% cut could very quickly become something closer to a 20% cut. There is no way that you can cut the Medicaid program by 20% without it impacting people like my constituent in a wheelchair who comes to many of my events when we protest these Medicaid cuts. This is life or death for many Americans. But that's not the full extent of the horror that will happen. I was just reading a letter the other day from an 80-year-old constituent of mine who lives at home with his wife, but his wife is very frail, and it is Medicaid and Connecticut's Medicaid waiver that allows for her to receive in-home health care services. And he is panicked. He wants to spend the final years of his life with his wife. And he knows that if Medicaid gets cut, even on the margins, that Medicaid waiver likely is gone. And either his wife will pass, or she will have to be in an institution. Query whether that institution will be able to even give her a place, because 2/3 of nursing home beds in this country are paid for by Medicaid. And so one way or the other, he is staring separation from his wife in the eye. She either doesn't make it without the Medicaid reimbursement that gives her the services at home, or she is forced to go to an institution and they live separately for their final days. This is the reality facing people who rely on Medicaid, whether you are disabled or elderly. This is the reality that will be imposed on millions of Americans in order to finance a tax cut for the wealthy. The scope of this is just enormous, Senator Booker. And so I guess this is the question I wanted to ask you. You and I have been in government for a long time. We've served in a variety of different capacities. I don't think this country is really ready for the scope of the healthcare cataclysm that could come with a $1 trillion cut to the health insurance program that is responsible for the care of 1/4 of Americans, 2/3 of nursing home beds, and the budgets of literally tens of thousands of vital healthcare institutions in this country. And so nobody is better than you at conveying the moral consequences of the decisions we make here. Just share with us for a minute as you sort of wrap up a conversation on this topic of the healthcare priorities of the Trump administration and the Republican Congress, what America may look like in a world where we have decided to gut the program, the health insurance program of last resort for the most vulnerable Americans, and the health insurance program that insures 24% of Americans, 2/3 of which are working for a living. Just give us a little bit of a sense of the enormity of the consequence that this ultimately would bring to this country.
So first of all, thank you for the question, but I just want to reiterate the friendship I have with Chris Murphy and his willingness to spend the night with me here on the floor as we go hour after hour after hour. And I just want to say this. People that get exemplary reviews, and then they're fired as probationary workers under the only way they can, according to the law, is to say that they're a bad federal worker. And then they get insult on top of it when the highest or the most powerful man in the world and the richest man in the world, Trump and Musk, come together and call the guy making $45,000 serving other veterans, they call him a leech, they call him a parasite. And so I hear what you're saying. Like, these are folks that I read their stories. They did things that few Americans would do. They went overseas and served in combat. We had one of our dear friends here who lost her legs in combat, but she stands taller than most all the people in this body.
It is so important to understand what
These are the people that are so ingrained in their bodies and minds and souls to serve America, to love America. This president calls somebody like John McCain a sucker.
A more perfect union. Establish justice.
The guy who drafted the dodged the draft.
Tranquility. Provide for.
And so I hear what you're saying, and one of the things you're just saying is it makes no sense. Nobody came to the Veterans Committee in the Senate who actually approves the resources, establishes the agencies, and should have the say, according to this document, this vaunted, sacred, civically sacred text, our Constitution. And so, what are you to say to them if you don't even know what the plan is? You can't even explain to us what's your plan to making the VA system more efficient. Now, here
was talking about the maiden speech. Please don't go look back and look at my maiden speech. It was not great. But the maiden speech my staff wanted me to watch was yours. And it was gut-wrenching about Newtown. Gut-wrenching that the strongest nation on the planet Earth
happens when the unstoppable force meets the immovable object. He is a void in this place, but he stood for that PACT Act, gave some of those fiery speeches, and finally we got that bill passed. And we had to add tens of thousands of jobs because of the increased hundreds of thousands of people that were affected from these burn pits or from other challenges. And now we're cutting back 83,000 employees? Patty Murray came down here and said something that affected me in my first weeks as a senator when I, in New Jersey, sat down with women veterans, and they told me how long they had to wait for gynecological care. And so what is this administration doing in its 83,000 cuts? They're going to improve services to our female veterans? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Show me I'm wrong. Because we have an Article I duty, oversight, checks and balances.
Again, just like tonight.
Are we doing that right now?
We were
one of the worst things I've seen happen in national security, and by the way, there are national security screw-ups on both parties. Nobody has a monopoly on this. Let's not be overly partisan here.
To try to get this body to
but weeks ago, who are supposed to be the pros and set the example, our national security leadership was using a commercial app to communicate classified documents, and they had it on disappearing messages, so they're violating a law of the land called the Preserving Public Records Act.
To give you respect, years later, you were part of the
Now, I've heard from Republicans and Democrats this is outrageous, there should be an investigation. We should be asking common sense questions. Was this a pattern and practice of communication? How many other things that are classified have you been communicating about? There's a lot of really important questions that they should have to answer to.
By Donald Trump.
But where are the hearings, folks?
Our bipartisan bill.
I just wonder why this body is shrinking from the articulated duties that we all raised our hands and said we would defend and preserve this Constitution and what it says we should do, what it says our jobs should do. But you're a senator, I'm a senator. I can't tell you what the cut VA plan is. Can't tell you it. They haven't come in here and told us. Are we doing our job? I can't tell you, are we preserving and fighting for national security after one of the biggest national security scandals I've seen since I've been here? They don't have a providence in a partisan way, but they should answer for it. Are we doing our constitutional duty? What about the administration that is ending the Consumer Finance Protection Bureau, ending that agency, ending the Department of Education? Do they have the right to do that according to this document? No.
is so
Are we
important.
saying, hey,
It's just
we're going to stand up for the
America.
people and
This is
preserve this
who we
document?
are,
No.
these imperfect geniuses.
Thank God for the Article 3 branch of government,
We
because
formed
they're being
this.
dragged
We,
into
the
court, and
people, in
Republican
order to form a
appointed judges and Democratic appointed judges are
establish
saying,
justice,
can't do
ensure
it. But you know what
domestic
Trump is doing?
tranquility,
He's
provide for the
ignoring the
common
courts,
defense,
and then he's
promote the general
demonizing the
welfare, and
judges.
secure the
You know that
blessings of
threats
liberty.
on judges in America, the threats have
And
gone
so
up
you stood right down there
400%.
for
You know that I had a
15
federal
hours.
judge, God bless
I
her,
paced this room,
where
pledging to
somebody
you that I wouldn't
thought they
go
were
to the
going to her
bathroom, I
house. They
wouldn't sit
did,
down,
but she wasn't
and I was
home, and they
hurting
murdered
after
her
15
son and
hours.
shot her husband.
But you were steadfast until we finally got.
And Trump is out there threatening judges,
something.
dragging them on Twitter or X or whatever
One
he's
or two
calling it
votes.
now.
It was 2 votes, and both of them
This is
failed, and
America.
we won 60, but at least what we
I know
forced
people
this
on both sides of the
institution
aisle, we believe in
to-
common
to-
decency.
to confront
We believe in respect. We
horrendous
believe that the
horrors.
highest office in the land should represent the best of our values, not
And
the
so you
worst,
ask
not a
me
guy
now,
that we wouldn't even let babysit our
as you and
kids.
I and my dear brother who
And so I don't know what's
I've
going
known
on with
since he was
veterans.
coming out
But
of
I'm not going to sit by and do nothing. That's why I'm standing here. That's why I read the voices of so many
a
veterans.
new day. It's
Let's
past
elevate
midnight,
the
a new
voices
month,
of the
it's past
Americans who are
midnight,
being
as we
hurt and
sit
harmed. Let's
here,
talk
why?
for them if they can't
Because
talk for
the question,
themselves. Let's tell them that we see you, we love you,
I
and that
can't
all of us, we're
stand
going to fight for you.
anymore to live in a country where it seems that these convulsions come that threaten our most vulnerable over and over again. I can't stand it. I have to stand up. I have to speak up. We have to do something different yet
Will the
again.
gentleman
I
yield for a
talked about
question?
this last week.
From you, my friend,
America, we are not doing
who
a good
doubled the
job
number of
right now.
vegans in the Senate. I yield for a question while retaining the floor, and I thank you for being here.
Tens of millions of
I
Americans
thank
are
you
saddled
for
with
being here.
66% of the people that declare
Senator Booker, I
bankruptcy
always knew
because
you were a
we can't afford
towering
their medical
intellect
bills because something that
and
happened
a
to them
phenomenal and
happened to us
passionate
and our
speaker and
families.
advocate, but I did not know your stamina until today.
My mother, my brother,
And I
have
am
a lot of
delighted
jobs,
to
a lot of
join you
jobs.
on the
We weren't
floor
saddled with a rare disease.
and have this opportunity to engage in a dialogue with
Oh, you
you.
can't engage in a dialogue. The parliamentarian's going to stare me down. You can ask me questions.
I stand corrected. I'm happy not to engage in a dialogue
No.
with you, but to ask you a question.
And I will
There
yield
is
for a
so
question
much
while retaining the floor.
similarity
And let me
between you are forcing
ask the
this
question this
Senate
way.
to have tonight and the debate that
I was
we
in the
were having
airport yesterday when
back
someone
in
handed me a
2016 on
note
this epidemic of gun violence.
that said, please save our country.
I always describe it
Please
this
save
way,
our country.
the only
And
thing
I
that
think
matters, thing
the
that matters more than
genesis of the
anything else in
note
your life
was her profound concern over the direction of this country, over the increasingly authoritarian direction of this country and what is happening
you would perhaps
to the
give
rule
your
of law
own
in
life
America.
in order to protect
We look
your
at
child,
institution
your
after
brother or
institution,
sister or mother or father
and we see the guardrails of our democracy coming
when you and
down.
I have
We
sat
see an assault on the
across from the
rule
victims
of law
of
unlike
gun
anything we have seen
many
in
of
modern
which live
history, maybe
your
in the
neighborhood,
entire
my
history of the United States
neighborhood
of
in Newark and
America.
Hartford,
Each and
we are
every
looking at
institution.
a kind of desperation
And why?
sorrow that is unique.
Because they can.
Unique that
Because they
comes
feel they
with
can.
Not just losing
So
a
they're
loved one
going
to
after
gun
the
violence,
colleges
but
and
feeling
universities.
powerless
They're going after
in
the
that
institutions of
exercise,
higher
feeling
learning.
like there was
This
nothing
was
you
an
could
attack
do.
that was presaged
And
by
watching
J.D.
your
Vance
elected
years
leaders
ago in a
stand
speech
by and
where he
allow
talked about the
for this
professors are the
reality to
enemy.
continue to occur
They have
in
to
your
go after the
neighborhood
seat of
where
learning.
kids
So they're
are
going
being
after the
shot down in
universities.
cold
And they're
blood.
using an enormous cudgel.
elected leaders,
We'll
the
cut off
adults in
your
charge of
funds.
your
We'll cut off
community are
hundreds of
standing
millions
idly
in your
by.
funds.
That is
If
not
you do things, if
fundamentally
you
different
say
than the
things
reality that
that
will be
we in the
visited
administration
upon
don't
millions of
like,
families.
if
This
you
is the
irritate
size of
the
cut in
personal
Medicaid
predilection of the
funding goes into
president,
effect
you will have your
because
funding
families out
cut.
there who rely
It is
on Medicaid
unlawful,
to
it is
keep
illegal,
them
and yet
alive.
they're doing it
Their sons
because
and
they
daughters who have
can.
complicated medical
They're going
disease
after
have
major
no other
American
court,
law
have
firms
no other
because
last
these law
resort
firms had the
besides
audacity,
medicine. And so Medicaid
the
stands
unmitigated
between
temerity
life
to
and death
hire lawyers
their
or have
son
lawyers
or
who would
daughter.
take on
There's no other place
causes
for them to go.
inimical
And so that
to the
same
president's personal
empty,
interests.
hollow
So
look
they're going
that we
after
have
these
seen
firms
so
and they're
many times
threatening
in the eyes
the
of
livelihood
mother
of
or
these
father who
firms.
lost
Will
a
close
son
the courthouse
or daughter
doors.
to gun violence.
We'll
That
cut your
is the
clients
look that
off
we
from
are
contracts unless
to
you
visit
kiss the
upon
ring.
millions
And of course,
of
it's not
families
just
in
the
this
firms or what they represent.
choosing who, when
It's everyone who is
faced
in
with the
need of a
loss
lawyer
their only health
who
insurance
now needs to
option for their
know that if
disabled
they
child,
run afoul of the policy preferences of the administration, they may never get a lawyer.
In your neighborhood.
And why are they doing this to law firms? Because they can. And they're going after judges. They're calling for the impeachment of judges. The latest is Judge Boasberg in a case involving the administration grabbing a bunch of people, designating them as part of a Venezuelan gang, and without any due process, without any process at all, taking them to some maximum security prison in El Salvador. And in fact, it would appear doing so even against the court order when the judge said, turn those plays around. Now, why are they encouraging the impeachment of a judge? Well, I impeached a judge here. I was a lead manager before there was an impeachment of Donald Trump, or two of them. I led an impeachment of a corrupt judge. It's the same standard of high crimes and misdemeanors. It is not a high crime or a misdemeanor to disagree in a case brought before a federal district court to disagree with the flawed reasoning of the government. Why are they doing this to judges? Because they can. Because they can. They're going after the press. They're going after the press and saying, if you don't call the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America, we're going to prevent you from attending press events at the White House or on Air Force One. And why are they doing this to press? This party that claims to be against censorship, why are they doing this to the press? Because they can, and they will continue to do so as long as they believe that they can, until we, and not just we in this body, but we in this country, stand up to them and tell them, no, you can't. No, you can't. If the slogan years ago was, yes, we can, today it has to be, no, you can't. No, you can't. No, you can't trample the rights of the American people. No, you can't censor our speech. No, you can't bring the weight of the Justice Department down on the American people. No, you can't. Because we're going to stand together. We universities are not going to let you pick one of us off. We're going to band together. No, we're not going to let you go after the law firms. We're going to band together. No, we're not going to let you go after the press organizations. We're going to demand free speech. Until we come together, until we mobilize in a massive way together to say, no, you can't. No, you can't. They will continue to believe that, yes, they can violate the law with impunity. So my question, Senator Booker, is how do we tell them, no, you can't, not with our country, no, you can't violate the law, violate our values, violate our interests, no, you can't. How do we tell the administration no?
League of Cities, my friend and colleague, the largest mayor association. I'm hoping that we could figure out thousands of ignition points where Americans can stand up and do that, call to their fellow Americans to do more. I'm not upset at the folks that have been saying to Democratic senators and House members and me and challenging me. I've talked to so many of my constituents who've said, you've got to do more, and all of us have to interrogate ourselves. Because like I said at the very beginning of this, at 7 p.m. on Monday night, I said, we have to say to history where we stood when they were coming after our constitutional principles, where we stood when they were threatening judges to impeach them for making just decisions, where we stood when they were taking law firms and threatening their business unless they came and kowtowed to the big leader, where we stood when they were disappearing people from America with the due process that even Anton Scalia said they should have. Where were you when they came after the health care of the disabled, the health care of the children, the health care of the expectant mothers, the health care of seniors? Where were you when they attacked veterans, laying them off for no justifiable reason and attacking the VA services that they rely on? Where were you when we turned our back on Ukraine? And I think my colleague was. Where were you when we turned our back on our alliances? Where were you when they took the economy down with tariffs? When they took the economy down by threatening it so consumer confidence drops? Where were you? How many things are going on before we answer the question, as it says in Hebrew, he nay ni. He nay ni. Behold, Lord, here I am. And so I confess that I have been imperfect. I confess that I've been inadequate to the moment. I confess that the Democratic Party has made terrible mistakes.
Talk about Social Security.
That have given lane to this demagogue. I confess we all must look in the mirror and say we will do better. And it's not just defining ourselves what we're against. We, the next generation, as the baby boomers are leaving the stage, the last baby boomer president, we have to say that we're going to redeem the dream. We're going to dream America anew. We're going to start talking about bold things that don't divide people, that unite people. Bold things that excite the moral imagination of a country to do better, to go higher, that call us together. This is the time where new leaders in our country must emerge. I'm not talking about senators. I'm talking about citizens.
I don't know if
this time of despair and darkness doesn't demand more darkness. We don't need to demean and degrade people who disagree with us. This is a time for us to do something bigger than that. Do you think Martin Luther King in Birmingham hated Bull Connor? Or said, I'm going to defeat this guy by bringing bigger dogs and bigger fire hoses? No.
In a great community, and they're talking about.
But he did say, we're going to be so creative, we're going to inspire the moral imagination of the nation, we're going to call to the conscience of the country, we're going to excite them about who we could be. When he went to the March on Washington, he didn't stand there and complain about the demagogues. Listen to his speech. He didn't stand there and demean and degrade the governor of Alabama. He didn't stand there and talk down to Bull Connor. No, he stood before the American people and said, it's not what you're against, it's what you're for. I have a dream. And now it's our generation.
Protecting their identity.
We have to redeem the dream. We have to excite people again. He, in the highest office of our land, wants to divide us against ourselves, wants to make us afraid, wants to make us fear so much that we're willing to violate people's fundamental rights. We're willing to go after the speech on college campuses. We're willing to go after law firms, go after the freedom of the press. Don't let him do that. Don't become like him. Be an American that says, I look to the future and I'm excited. Yes, things are tough right now. They're hard, they're scary, they're hurting, but we can overcome this. Our American history, if it's nothing else, American history, if it's nothing else, it is a perpetual testimony to the achievement of impossible things against impossible odds. We are a nation that is great not because of the people that are trying to whitewash our history, to remove great people, Native Americans, black people, and women from our military websites. I don't want a Disneyfication of our history. I don't want to whitewash history. I don't want to homogenize history. Tell me the wretched truth about America, because that speaks to our greatness. And so what do I want people to do? It starts with us, man. And you're doing it. I've seen courage of my colleagues. We're doing it, but we have to do more. And I'm sorry. I'm not going to be a politician that's going to say, we are going to do more for you. I'm going to be a politician. I'm going to be a leader that demands more from America.
Social Security and believed that the money was for my retirement.
I yield for a question while retaining the floor.
Well, this gets to exactly, Senator Booker, your point. I'm optimistic about this country. Notwithstanding this deep, difficult, dark period we are in, I'm optimistic about this country, and I'm optimistic because of something that Alexis de Tocqueville might have said. There is some dispute about whether he actually said this.
The mere fact that you can quote Alexis de Tocqueville, you got me, you have me.
I would like to believe he said this. America is a great country because America is a good country. If he didn't say it, he should have said it. Because it is true of this country. It is what makes me an optimist. There are wonderful, beautiful, patriotic people in every state of the Union. And they will see us through this, but it does, I think, require all of us to be reminded every now and then of the better angels of our nature. Now, I remember standing in that well during the first impeachment of Donald Trump.
I remember sitting right here in this seat watching you.
And I'll tell you, I had approached that case as a prosecutor would approach a case that I just needed to prove the president guilty of what he was charged with.
No one seems
But it became apparent very quickly that that was not enough. That notwithstanding the abundant evidence of his guilt, I needed to show something more. I needed to show that it was dangerous to keep him in office. Well, tragically, events since have proven my point, but I made a different argument at that point of the trial, which I think gets us to the present moment, which is that
teachers, administration, and students.
Truth should matter to us. What's right should matter to us. And even if it doesn't matter to the president, it should matter to us that we are decent.
Yes.
As Americans, we are decent. We are good and decent people. As Americans, that's who we are. We don't believe that when someone is needing medical help that they should be turned away. We don't believe that we should turn our back on our neighbor. We believe in extending our hand. We believe we should be able to disagree with each other without it becoming a personal hatred or antagonism. We're Americans. This is who we are. I do think sometimes we forget.
The housing market is also an issue.
And we have to remind ourselves that, as Elijah Cummings used to say, we're better than this.
Yes.
We are better than this.
Yes, I miss Elijah.
And you remind us of this all the time, Senator Booker. You really do. You also remind us that we're not defined by what we're against. We're defined by what we're for.
Adults and children.
And I'm fully on the same page with you that we haven't lived up to our responsibility as a party and what we're for. I think our democracy is in trouble because our economy has been in trouble. And I think our economy has been in trouble because
please do the right thing and speak up.
It's not like after the Depression or during the Depression or the Great Recession when people are out of work. The problem today is not that people are out of work. The problem today is that people are working. They are working. And they still can't get by. And you have too many millions of Americans who see their quality of life and they look at what their parents had and see it as better, and they look at the future for their kids and see it as worse.
Our country has made a promise to people.
And amidst that economic difficulty, they're ready to embrace anyone who offers something different. Any demagogue who comes along and promises they alone can fix it. And while this demagogue is not going to fix it, and indeed he's made their lot much worse, it is not going to fix itself. It falls on us to come up with those big ideas. Now, some of those big ideas are not new. Medicare for all, which I support, is a big idea that would expand healthcare access for millions of people and make sure parents can go to work and understand that if they get sick or their kid gets sick, that they will have access to health care. We haven't kept pace with changes in the nature of work, changes that are going to accelerate with artificial intelligence, changes which have meant that over the last several decades, as the country's become more productive, that productivity and prosperity has simply not been shared with the people who made it possible. And I think this economic anxiety, which is felt all over the world with these global changes in the marketplace, have put great stress on the whole democratic experiment. If democracy is not working for people, they will flirt with other models like authoritarianism. But we are here to tell folks that is not the direction we want to go in. But it's still incumbent on us to offer bold ideas for how we can make the economy work for people again. But I do think that what has led people into such bitter antagonisms with each other has been a lot of this uncertainty, the feeling that they're only a car payment or a health problem away from failure. And it's up to us to address that. And so I join you, Senator Booker, in your optimism about the American people. I join you in the call on all of us, really in both parties, but if they're not going to do it, it falls on
They actually
us
took real actions to lay off thousands
to
of
put
Social
forward the
Security
big, bold
employees, making it
economic plans that
harder to
will
process Social Security
ensure that
applications and troubleshoot
we can answer the
questions
central question of our time, which is if you're
beneficiaries. They didn't
working
roll out a
hard
plan to say,
in
"Hey,
America,
this is
can
how
you
we
still
wanna show
earn a
that
good
we do
living?
the best
We
customer
need to
service
be able to
ever."
answer that question.
We're gonna
Yes,
bring some
you
of the best
can.
private sector people in to advise on how we can use
Right
technology
now,
and innovation to give the best customer service. Hell, roll in
What we
AI,
are
do
seeing
all these things. We're gonna make
with
a
this tax
model
cut for
of
billionaires and large
responsiveness to our
corporations
seniors, 'cause we're a society that
is just
respects
going to
our
make the
elders,
problem so
values them,
much
wants them to
worse.
retire in dignity and security
But I want to thank you,
and
Senator
peace of
Booker,
mind. That's
for
the
your,
big ambition.
your, your
No, that's not what it
irrepressible optimism about the country which I share.
Social Security.
I want to thank you for,
like many
for
employees, got letters that
seizing the helm today and
saying
every
they were
day
laid off.
to put forward
Didn't
that
matter how
positive
well
vision for
they
our
performed,
country.
Didn't matter what
And
function.
my question is, where do you find the energy, my friend?
Put in jeopardy. Just trying to contact.
I don't know. I'm finding it from my colleagues right now. I'm finding it from my friends. I'm finding it from their heart and their commitment.
They
And
tried
I'm
to eliminate
finding it from the
service by
people
phone.
whose names and stories we're reading.
Saying that they wanted
And
to
I
require
more than, you
in-person
know,
visits,
I
which is
appreciate your
absurd.
friendship. I'm so happy you're my colleague now. And I believe that our future, our tomorrows, as bad as things seem,
Because you know
I
what
still
they're doing
believe that our
also is
tomorrows
that
are better
they're
than our
trying to
yesterdays.
close down
Thank you.
many
And I know you
Social
share that.
Security offices.
Amen.
We get to the specifics of that later. These actions are
Will-
harmful
will the
enough.
senator
They're
yield
just
for
the
question?
beginning of what our president and Elon Musk are saying they want to
Before I
do
yield
to a program that
to you, I
for
just want you to
millions
know
of
I love you,
Americans
my
if
friend,
they're only
and thanks.
just a week.
We're doing some good things recently, you and I, trying to solve some big problems, and I appreciate that. So I yield for a question while retaining the floor.
Punishing the people who built this country.
Thank you, Senator.
You don't fix America by throwing
Unlike
seniors or
Senator
veterans
Schiff,
or
who
Americans with
said
disabilities
that
to
he
give up.
didn't know of
That's
your
not how you
stamina
do things.
before now,
Should be.
I knew well the
There's so
stamina
many
of Cory
hardworking
Booker.
families that
And
believe in this idea. If I
I've
work
always
hard all my
admired
life
it,
in
not
America,
just
make ends meet, I can
physical
raise my kids,
stamina,
and I can retire
but
with
moral
dignity.
stamina, the courage of conviction,
Congress does
the
have a responsibility to
stamina
restore
to
to
stand
taxpayer
up
dollars. We should do
and
more of that.
speak
I
truth
wanna
to
do
power,
this.
which
I
has
wanna help
become
lead
now
that fight.
one of the
None
most
of us
common
provided
phrases
able
that is used in public life.
this
But
congressionally
Cory Booker
established
has
program, FDR I
epitomized
read,
it
but it was Congress that
throughout his
established it.
career, not
It's
only in
now
this body,
not being
but
included in the planning
as
or
mayor of Newark
procedures to try to improve Social Security,
and
make it more
as a
efficient
leader
or more effective.
in
We haven't convened hearings or task
sports
forces in a
when he
bipartisan
was
way to find
an
out what we can
all-American
do to
athlete
better serve our
at
seniors.
Stanford.
Instead,
That physical stamina was
lies are
matched
being
by
proffered about
a
Social Security,
moral
making wrongful
stamina
claims, lies
that is
are being
invaluable in life
proffered by the
today because
highest
Americans
office in the land,
have come to prize above all
most
integrity,
richest person in the land who does not
authenticity,
need Social Security,
genuineness,
is calling it a Ponzi
which
scheme,
Cory
telling
Booker
people who are
epitomizes.
relying on it they're part of
And
a
so
Ponzi
it's not
scheme.
just his eloquence today on the floor
Remember this,
and the
Social Security
soaring
is not the
rhetoric
government's money to spend.
that
It's
we
the
have
hard-earned
heard from him.
savings of
It's
working
his
Americans, and it
understanding and
belongs
his
to
sense of
Americans.
real life
President Elon Musk
impacts
keep
of
their
what we
hands
do
off it.
here on everyday Americans
not
and
theirs to
what
take, and it's
everyday
not theirs
Americans are doing right now as we speak here.
Their scheme.
on
They're
the
the
floor.
ones that have a scheme.
Everyday
And it's not
Americans
about
are in the
efficiency.
grocery stores where they're seeing
It's
higher
not
and higher
visionary. It's what they
prices.
need
Everyday
right now
Americans
is visionary
are at the
leaders,
VA
forward,
hospital
exciting visions
where
what things like Social Security can be.
their
And
doctors
what they're doing is not
and
only
nurses and clinicians
wrong,
and schedulers and counselors may be out of a job because they may be among the tens of
it
thousands
scares people.
targeted
And not just
for
people, our
dismissal.
elders.
Everyday Americans are in schools
People who raised us, the people
K
who
through
built
12
roads and highways, the people
and higher
who
education,
served food, made
where
food,
the
who
resources
started
available
small
for
businesses,
their
raised
teachers
generations. That's who we're disrespecting.
in the classrooms right now
And so
in real
what happens
time
in this context?
are going to be
Why am I
cut.
standing
In
here
fact,
is because the people
the
in New Jersey
workforce
are
at the
saying,
Department of Education will be
"Why
cut
aren't you doing more?"
by
This
one
is
half as we
unacceptable,
speak,
Senator Booker. It's
and
unacceptable.
funds will
Here our
be
voices
no
and my
longer
phones
available
have
to teach
exploded with people
everyday
like
Americans.
President and Elon
And of
Musk
course,
who are
everyday
terrified
Americans right
about
now
what's happening to the Social
are
Security service
in
and what's
hospitals
happening
and clinics.
to their
They are
checks.
undergoing treatment for
My staff said
life-threatening
that we were
diseases. Right
overwhelmed
now,
with
they
phone
are
calls
lying
and emails.
on a
People
hospital
who are
bed
worried about the direction
with
that the president is
needles
taking Social
in
Security.
their arm
They use words to me that people
or
called were angry
receiving
and
other kinds of
terrified.
treatment that have been made
I
available,
want to share some of these
life-saving
calls from
treatments, by the
constituents.
research at NIH that will
Here's
be
someone from
crippled
the great Cherry
because
Hill,
of the
New
cuts
Jersey. I'm
that we're
very
seeing. And of
concerned
course,
that the president,
everyday
along with his
Americans
poor
are
and inept
receiving
administration
Social Security
and DOJ
checks.
are working to privatize
And
ruin the
Social Security
program. I am
will
a
be cut
constituent of
by
Senator Booker.
this
I live in
administration.
Cherry Hill, New
Medicaid
Jersey, and I am a
that provides
senator
for
who
those
relies on Social
everyday
Security
Americans
income
who
for my
are
basic needs,
in
food, and
doctors'
housing. The mere
offices
idea
right now
of
in
not
America.
having those funds has
Even
caused
as
me
we
sleepless
engage in
nights
this
and
kind of
wondering if
soaring
I will
rhetoric,
become homeless.
everyday Americans
I'm gonna
are
stop there for a
contending
second.
with the
I
real
remember this
life
president at
problems
FDR growing up hearing that what he
of
did
living
was get on the radio,
in
not to
America.
stir up
We
fear,
live in a
not
country
to
that
stir
has
up
never been
chaos,
so
but to
unequal
comfort people,
in terms
to
of
remind
wealth
them that we are Americans,
and pay.
You have no need to fear.
And if we look back
But this
to our own
president, just with
history,
rhetoric alone
we
about
see
Social
that
Security
that inequality is a
driving my
danger to
constituents
all of
write me
us.
notes like this.
The stock market crash and depression occurred after the Gilded Age,
Continue
when
with the letter from my
inequality
constituent from Cherry Hill. I hope you will
became
convince
so drastic
both
that the middle
Democrats
class
and Republican
was
colleagues
in
to
danger.
prevent
And of course,
this from happening. Trump lied
everyday Americans who are right
when
now
he
in the
promised during
military
his campaign he would not touch
are
Social Security Administration. Now
experiencing
we see
anger,
threats
disgust,
and already
fear,
some actions
because
towards making
the
severe
secrets
cuts
about
and
what
making
they
the
are
program
doing,
less
even as
accessible.
they
I
engage
urge
in
you to continue
operations
to fight for us.
around the world, like those pilots who were going to bomb the Houthis, engaged in that top secret
Huntington, New
mission,
Jersey.
have learned
My sister and I
that
are older
the
now.
details of that mission, the time of
who
their
are each
launch,
disabled.
the targets,
One from a
the
severe accident
timing of
because
their
of a drunk
strikes,
driver, and
the
other
weather,
from a life-changing
the
illness.
identity of their targets,
We are alone.
all were being discussed
And take care of each
over a
other.
non-secure channel by a careless,
me,
reckless
SSDI
Secretary of
is
Defense.
my one
And
and only income.
I don't need to go into the details
I have a
of what
few
was
years before
discussed,
I am at full
except
retirement
to
age.
say
Even with
our
my check,
allies are
I'm
reacting with
splitting
that
rent-
same
we-
disgust,
Even with
anger,
my check,
and
it's
fear.
splitting rent costs between
And
us. It
they are
takes-
having doubts
it is
about
taking
sharing
right under 50% of my
intelligence with
monthly
us.
check for
The
rent.
Israelis are outraged
50%.
by what they've seen. The intel communities
not
of
leave
other
much to
countries
cover even the bare
are aghast
necessities
and
of health,
appalled.
vehicle insurance,
And we have
utilities,
yet to
medicine,
explore
even a tight
fully
budget, especially
all
the cost
of the
everything
potential
continuing to rise.
ramifications, like
Senator,
what other
as
conversations
seniors, we are
may have been on that unsecure kind of
about what's
platform,
happening to SSA.
who else knew about them,
I must
what
ask
the
you,
motives
Senator,
were. There needs to be a
what do we
criminal
do if our
investigation.
monthly
I've
SSA
called for it.
benefits are interrupted?
And everyday
How do we
Americans
keep a roof over our
have a
heads as
right to
disabled
be
seniors?
fearful and angry, just as
Very
those
limited
pilots
savings that would only take a few months before
should
the
be,
roof over our heads would be in
and
jeopardy.
our allies
We just spent a small fortune for us
and
to move into
intelligence
a smaller,
communities
lower-cost
all
apartment
around the
because we could
world.
not afford significant ongoing rent increases.
So we need
I
not
realize we are
only
far
an
from
investigation,
alone
we
in
need
our
action to hold
But that
accountable
is of very little comfort as
the
we spend our nights
individuals,
unable to
beginning
sleep.
with the Secretary of Defense, who should resign,
Fearful we
the
don't-
National Security Advisor,
Fearful
who
we do
should
not lose
resign,
our
but a criminal
only income
investigation
along with the roof
launched
over our
by
heads.
the FBI National
our
Security
elders.
Division to
Here's a
hold
constituent
accountable
from Egg Harbor
anyone
Township. My
responsible
husband and
for
I
this
live
breakdown of
Social
security
check to
to
Social
meet the
Security
standard
check
of public
without those
service that
checks we
Senator
earn,
Booker has
without those checks
outlined
we
as
earn.
what we should demand of
Are
ourselves
dead.
and
Please don't let this
the
outrageous
responsibility
administration take our benefits away.
that the
This is a
American people
constituent
have a
from
right
Runnymede, New
to
Jersey.
deserve.
I am a 75-year-old
So my
New Jersey
question
resident. I received my
really
working
is
papers in
about
1964 at the age of 14.
the standard of public
I
service
worked continuously until
that
I
we
reached
should
the age of
expect
70 in
of our
2020.
leaders.
I enlisted in
And
the United States Navy in '67 and retired
whether
in '99.
there
I
is
was
something
on
we can
active
do.
duty from
I'm
1970
asked
to
so
77.
often,
I
Senator
finished my
Booker, as
career
I
in
go
the
back
Naval
to
Reserve for
Connecticut,
56
and I'm sure you are in New Jersey, what can we
my
do?
taxes and contributed
What
to
can we
Social
do?
Security.
You
I have
are
collected my Social
leading
Security
us
for 4 years,
on the floor of
and
the
as you are
Senate by
no doubt
showing
aware,
what
the
we
amount of
should be
money
doing,
paid
fighting
me
back,
monthly by Social
sounding the
Security Act was
alarm
calculated by
for
them
everyday
based on my
Americans who are in
contribution.
the grocery store,
I'm
in their
currently a
schools,
full-time,
at the VA
24/7
clinics,
caretaker for my invalid wife,
Social Security offices.
and do not have the luxury of
What
earning a
can
supplemental
we
income.
do?
My sole income is from Social Security and a small Naval Reserve pension.
I'm going to answer your question. I just first want to say thank you. There's been so many Congress people coming onto the floor from the House of Representatives. It reminds me of some other times where big things were happening and people would come to the floor, but this is a lot more, and I just want to express thank you for their kindness. I called the chairwoman of the CBC last night and then texted her, and the force of the CBC, which has been giving me spirit and strength for a long time, is really one of the best parts of my time here as a United States Senator, and the fact that they have come through constantly means a lot to me. I'm grateful that my cousin Pam has been here the entire time, just like Chris Murphy, the entire time in the gallery, and I'm so grateful for her. I love her, and she's sitting now next to my brother, and I'm just thankful for that. I want to answer your question because I get it all the time, and I'm not sure how to answer it all the time. I read letters, and it actually got me emotional in the middle of the night, where somebody would detail all their challenges. They would render personal information to me in letters about their struggles with health care, about their conditions, about their pain, about their hurt, just sending it out to their government official that they've never probably met, hoping that they might just listen to you and be activated by your voice. But then many of them ended the letter with that question: I am here to help you in any way. It really moves me because I believe in the deep decency of our country. And so I just want to try to answer that question more with me trying to think creatively about more that I can do as a leader. Because as I've said before, I think we as Democratic leaders have to start thinking more creatively, because obviously we don't control the Senate, we don't control the House, but we have positions that were given to us in trust by the people we represent. And moments like this require us to be more creative or more imaginative or just more persistent and dogged and determined. And I say that in front of some of my colleagues on this floor who I know personally like you, but also some of my CBC colleagues who are sitting over here to my right who have been my rock for almost 13 years. And I just know, before I turn to my left, to the woman who represents the most important person in my 55 years, my mom, I just want to say that the answer to that question has to be something, that I will do something more than I'm doing now. Because the cause is so great, the challenges are so real, that I will do something that I have not done before to try to help my neighbor in a time of moral crisis in our country. And that I may be afraid, my voice may shake, but I'm going to speak up more. I may be demoralized by what's happening, but I'm going to find a way to get out of bed and breathe and know that I can make myself feel a little bit better by helping another person. I don't know what it is, but we got to help each other now through this and know, I'm a person of faith, and it was said to me by a colleague, that know that weeping will endure through the night, but joy will come. I'm going to turn to my left because I always say that she's a senator, but she's had one of the hardest jobs in all of America, which is to be the president of a shul. I met her and I realized she could probably do anything. Yes. I am not Jewish, but my name is Booker, so I always say I'm Mish Booker. So there's a formal way I have to do this. So I see you, I love you, and I'm wondering if you have something to ask me. I yield for a question while retaining the floor.
How are you going to serve the dignity of our seniors? This is Holly.
People of the book. People of the book.
That is powerful, yes.
There you go. It's very powerful. The book you believe in, the books you believe in, what you read. We've heard everyone quote the Bible, philosophers, great thinkers and leaders, and you are one of them. And it has been my privilege to sit here next to you on this desk for the last 6 years I've been here, the best seat in the Senate.
You and I. And I'm going to
take care of your mother, who is my constituent.
Yes.
My constituent.
Yes.
So I have your precious mother in our hands.
who I suspect, like my cousin and my brother in the gallery, that my mom's watching.
Well, Well,
from Las Vegas.
yes,
Necessary
and
customer
we
service.
appreciate
By phone,
what a good mother she was
online,
and how she
and in
raised
person.
you to be strong and to be smart and to be
Trump
kind.
Musk administration's
And
endless
boy, oh boy, did
terrorist
she
threats
give you some damn
dismantling
stamina.
the
I'll
social
just tell you
security
that, sir. We
administration.
are in awe. But my question is, thank you, Mr.
Insidiously
Booker.
calling
Thank
it a
you for
Ponzi
what you're
scheme.
doing. Thank you for using
Working
your
in order to
voice
privatize it
to
must
stand
cease
up
and
against
desist
Trump's
immediately.
administration
Moreover,
reckless and
you,
extreme policies.
Cory Booker, must
We've got a lot to talk about
reverse
here.
and/or stop
So I'm going to bring it back to
whatever
Nevada.
changes are being
Yes.
made
Because we
to
got a
destroy
lot
the
of
Social
families in
Security
my state,
Administration
and just
thousands
like you,
of
those
needed
letters,
employees
they're overwhelming,
with
and they
almost no
bring me to tears. The stops in the grocery
no
store, and the
public input.
airport, and the shopping mall, and the gas
Social
station,
Security is being
over and
dismantled
over
by
again.
unelected
People
billionaires,
are
at least for
worried.
now. Musk and
People are
his
worried, and they
band
want us to
employees,
help,
not
and they're
a real
wondering
government
about this.
department, who have illegally and callously rifled
People have
through
talked to me
our
about-
most
Senator-
personal information and done
Oops.
God knows what with it, with their ultimate goal.
Talk to me about how high costs at the grocery store are squeezing their budgets. They're concerned that the Trump tariffs, well, what are they going to do? Prices ain't going down. They are going to make prices go up instead of going down. President Trump declared tomorrow is Liberation Day. Liberation Day. This is what he plans to impose the latest round of across-the-board tariffs for goods on several nations. Tariffs that amount to a national sales tax on every single person that goes to a grocery store. In Nevada, in New Jersey, I see my esteemed colleague, Senator Duckworth, in Illinois, and every state in this nation. Tariffs that amount to a national sales tax. Now, Nevada's economy relies heavily on tourism. I don't have to tell anyone that. And these tariffs don't target tourism specifically. But make no mistake, they will have a profound impact on a city like Las Vegas, the entertainment capital of the world. Because when prices go up across the board, what happens? Families' budgets at the kitchen table, those kitchen table budgets, they are squeezed. It means the number of visitors coming to Las Vegas, the visitors that fuel our economy, go down. It means the price that every single person, every single hotel, every single service we have goes up because of those tariffs. And so it's going to have a devastating impact on Nevada, on our local economy, on our small businesses. 99% of businesses in Nevada are small businesses. Small businesses. It's going to have a devastating impact on them and the good-paying jobs it supports. So we see the impact. International travel down in the United States. Down. Well, that's a whole nother discussion. Someone will be asking that question too. It's driving down our visitor numbers. It hurts our economy in Nevada, hurts our economy all across this great nation. In fact, booking for flights in Canada, they're already down by 70% compared to last year. Canada, our great neighbor, partner, and ally to the north, down 70%. And the most troubling part is a recent report estimates that up to 14,000 jobs, hospitality jobs, could be at risk due to decreased international travel as a result of these horrible, misguided tariffs. And I just want to tell you that I'm looking at all of my colleagues and I'm looking at you, and you have given us the inspiration to stand here, to use our voice, to use our power, to show that we are not without a say in this country. We are not without a say, and we cannot go quietly, ever, without that fight. So, Senator Booker, I want to ask you what you think these tariffs are going to do. Well, not to just the place where your mom lives in Las Vegas, but where families live all across this country, and every price at the market, every price at the gas station, the mall, wherever you go, and where people depend, like my Nevadans, on their livelihood for tourism. And so I will repeat what Senator Blumenthal said. Senator Booker, what can we do? That's the question we're asked. What can we do?
I want to answer your question, but first I want to just say what you already know. You represent my mom. You represent one of her best friends, Lou. You represent my Aunt Shirley. You represent my Uncle Butch. You represent my Aunt Marilyn. You represent so much of my family. This is the place where my father died. When Harry Reid came to his bedside when he was sick and I was still running for this office and showed me the extraordinary kindness of senators from Nevada. That tradition has continued. I'm so grateful for you. My family's grateful for you. I'm grateful that we were founders of the Black Jewish Caucus. And in fact, I keep this
Juneteenth Seder coming up.
Juneteenth Seder coming up, and I'm gonna put this on as you have it on. As I think about Edon Alexander and all those who are suffering. I'm just so grateful for our friendship and what we've done against anti-Semitism, what we've done for the Abraham Accords. You are somebody that you and I find a lot of ways to work with. And one of the best things I saw in you was on January 6th, sitting in this row, me, you, Mark Kelly. And I always say that the best, often in the most difficult of circumstances, you see the best of people. And I don't know if you remember this, but the staffers started coming, rushed in, and usually you have to have special identification. And then some of them stood behind us, and they were crying, and they were upset, and they were frightened. And I just watched you go from senator to mother, and I watched you comforting people in their times of fear, when they thought they were going to be killed, literally. And you were this voice of comfort, voice of calm. I saw you in one of our worst countries, worst crisis. I saw your light. I saw your love. I saw the Jewish mom, and I benefited from that. And unleashes. I just feel that Trump mocks us. What does his Liberation Day mean to the people that are shackled to debt? From medical debt, that are shackled with student debt, that can't afford the rising cost of groceries. What's his liberation mean? He tells it a Ponzi scheme to people who are chained by fear right now, waiting with bated breath to see if the Medicaid programs they rely on are going to be cut. What does his liberation mean? To people who are literally in jails right now because they were disappeared from our streets. What does his liberation mean to people who can't afford homes because of his tariffs, who dreamed of a new car, but that's going to go up as well? I don't know what he means by liberation. I honestly don't. I wish he'd explain it to the American people. Who's liberated in this financial times? Who's liberated? I don't think the law firms feel liberated, that we're so threatened by you that they felt the only way they could get from under the threat of you is to come to you and beg them and offer them and say we'll do this and say we'll give you millions of dollars of pro bono worth. I don't think they feel liberated.
Please stand up to Musk and Trump.
What about the people that are banned from the press corps because they won't call it the Gulf of America? The idea of the press, the freedom of the press, do they feel his liberty? What does his liberty mean? What does Donald Trump's Liberty Day tomorrow mean? Written, emailed. In a nation where I read letter after letter of people that feel like their liberty is gone, that they're losing sleep at night worried about Social Security. What does liberty mean to the veteran that was laid off?
If anything, more field officers
that fought for my liberty. What does Donald Trump's liberty mean? What is he talking about? What does his liberty mean to Canada, who fought next to us?
There were issues, thank God,
who died next to Americans fighting for our causes. What does his liberty mean to them? I don't understand Donald Trump. I really don't. There are going to be PhD students writing about him for generations. He'll love that in heaven. He'll look down and say, I'm so happy people are talking about me. But I will tell you this. I love great presidents. I love that Lincoln said, with malice towards none, with charity towards all. But I hear Donald Trump say, with malice towards everybody that does not tell me how great I am. And charity, I don't know if he understands that. What it means to show sympathy and compassion and empathy and to help people whether they like you or not. I love great presidents. I love FDR. You have nothing to fear but fear itself. But the letter after letter, the word fear, the word terror, I was reading from voices from my state and across the country. It's as if Donald Trump is saying, be afraid of me, the big man with the power. Be afraid, be afraid, be afraid. There was another president that said, Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall. And yet Ukrainian Americans are watching their president go not Mr. Gorbachev, tear down the wall. They're saying, hey, Mr. Putin, come in and take the Donbass. I'm going to start the negotiations, not with Zelensky at the table. I'm going to call him a dictator. I'm going to start the negotiations from a position to giving Putin what he wants. Ukrainian sovereign land, and that's where we'll start the negotiation. And I love John F. Kennedy quoting a poet saying,
from New Jersey,
ask not what your country can do for you,
hear from thousands
ask
of
what
people
you
in my
can do
state.
for your country. What is Donald Trump? Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask
Maria
what can you do for Donald
Karachi from
Trump?
Springfield,
Because I will
Delaware
threaten
County,
you until you
Pennsylvania.
kowtow.
My name is
I will threaten to run
Maria
primaries against you if you
Karachi.
don't fall in line and vote for
Nancy,
things you know are
I'm
wrong.
pronouncing
I
your name wrong.
will
I am
terrorize
78
your
years
law
old
firm
and
unless
live
you
in
come to me
Springfield,
and kiss
Delaware
my ring.
County,
I will
Pennsylvania.
make
When I was
political
16, I received
your
my first
applications
paycheck
for your
until money was
merger.
taken from my earnings.
I will drop
learned then about
cases against you. I will
FICO.
pardon you if,
Special
as he said in the
government
recent
savings plan
pardon,
that I would
he was
keep,
pro-Trump
that I
guy.
would put part of my earnings into until I retired.
I don't understand
This
this.
was
I
how paid
really
my
don't.
bills in my old age. It was
And I
something
don't
I've
understand how he
always
tries to
found.
divide
My earnings history
Americans.
shows
I got on a
the
plane
good
once.
and
I'm on a
bad
plane
times,
and
including the
I'm
gas
juggling
prices
to put my
when I received
carry-on up, and I get
My
lots of
chosen
reactions
career was
in
in
airports.
mortgage banking.
I have to say, on the whole part, good, but
Dramatic changes in
occasionally,
interest rates
I
and
think my
even
colleagues
bank
this May,
lending
next month,
regulations
should
meant
send me a
slashing
Mother's Day
unemployment
card, because
with few
occasionally I get
opportunities
called
for
you
jobs.
mother with something following it.
Or accepting temp employment, I had to make
And so here I am putting up
paycheck
my
check
overhead
flights.
baggage, and I sit down
I was
next to
almost
two people,
65
the
when
presiding
I
officer
began my
before this, my
career
friend from
at the
Alabama,
bank,
two Alabamans,
offering
one
decent pay with overtime.
80 years old, one 60 years old, mother and
2010,
daughter.
and I had two goals
And
to meet
they
for my
see
retirement.
people
A
paying attention to me. They
mortgage-free
said,
home
who are you?
and working
Are you a
until I was
professional
70.
athlete?
Earning
And as a
maximum
middle-aged,
benefit.
overweight black guy,
Underwriters
I
that
wanted,
I
my
worked with
ego
showed me
wasn't insulted. I wanted to
what
say,
they
well, I
felt
could be.
added security to my personal
But I chose to
finances. So I
serve
was
the people.
diligent in setting up my emergency savings account.
But no, I go, no, ma'am, I'm not.
there
Well, who
for
are
any
you then?
time
I
my
go,
Social
well, I'm a
Security check
senator.
didn't cover my
And we're so
expenses
conditioned in America,
on
if
my
we meet a
home or
congressperson
getting
out and
mortgage. So I
about,
often
the first thing we want to know is,
at night,
whose team are you on?
delayed
My
taking
team or their
days
team?
off,
It's us
making
versus
my
them.
goals
Horrible dynamic of tribalism in our
The
country.
Social Security Administration sent
And I took a deep
information
breath.
about my future benefit
I looked at
payments,
these
so I made a
two
budget
great
to
American
determine my
women,
escrow for
and I
taxes,
said, ma'am,
insurance, and home
I'm a
maintenance
Democrat.
taken
And the woman next to me
I knew
looks
how
at me
much I
suddenly
would have
sour,
owed
and she
for
said,
my
I
living
should have brought my
expenses.
Trump hat,
That's my
and
mortgage
she
paid.
wheeled
I
it
used
away
the
from me.
overtime income
And
from my
immediately I
emergency
said, you know
savings
what?
account.
I'm not going to
Everything
play,
relies on my
I'm not
receipt
going to dance to
of
this
my
tune.
monthly check from
I'm going to
Social
scratch this
Security.
record. I'm going to scratch this record. And I looked at her and I go, oh my gosh, Donald Trump signed two of the biggest bills I wrote in Congress into law. I said the First Step Act, which we passed in this body, 87 votes. We would have gotten 88. If one of my dear friends and colleagues was not off trying to do whatever in the world and he wasn't here to vote on it. And I talked about opportunity zones, working with Tim Scott to get billions of dollars invested into some of our country's poorest rural and urban areas. Now, they were confused. But by the end of that flight, Donald Trump didn't divide us, though. By the end of that flight, I was talking to them like fellow Americans, and we found so many points of connection, so much common humanity, and so much common cause.
My bank statement and copy of my paycheck.
These outrage machines,
Before I got
TV,
USPS notice of the change.
and these devices, I want to say to America,
So later,
their
since TransUnion
financial
has
interest is to keep your eyes on the screen as much as possibly can. And you
address
know what?
fraudulent
Sells, division, divide, moral indignation. I will tell you this. I have this great friend,
to the sender.
part of the bald
Fighting the data entry
Bold
mistake,
Club
remain diligent
named
in
Van
the work.
Jones.
If mail
He
is
told me
due,
this
it
story
doesn't
that
arrive.
he was
What can
on
I do about this new group of
Crossfire
identity
on
thieves?
CNN. And Van Jones got on with
Until
Newt
recently, I had
Gingrich,
confidence in my ability to provide
Van
for myself
Jones,
because I lived in the United
green
States of America.
activist, a guy I met in law school, extraordinary man, speaks like a poet to me, and he worked in the Obama White House,
Now at 78,
and then Newt
I'm learning
Gingrich,
everything that I hold dear
very
is
known
deeply
Republican. The
attached.
two of them sit down, but Brene Brown writes something extraordinary. She writes, it's hard to hate up close, so pull people in. And so they get on this show called Crossfire, and they find out with all the differences they have, they also have commonalities, things they agree on, and they actually kind of like each other. So they go to the producers and they say, hey, could you let us do the final segment called Ceasefire? Can you let us do the final segment called Ceasefire?
Foreign allies. And the release
And
of
the
convicted
producers say, yeah, go
terrorists
ahead.
pardoned by the president while
Go ahead.
suspected immigrants
And
might be
so
whisked away before
they do this Last segment talking about the areas they agree, but the producers run in after a few shows and stop them. Can't do it. Why? Ratings are going down.
Prices increase under President Trump's leadership. Many are not.
There are a lot of legitimate differences in places I'm going to stand my ground and fight for people's health care, for people's Social Security. I'm going to fight. But I'm never going to get into a position where anybody in this country can make me hate another American. Because this is the age where we have to figure out how to live up to those words up there, e pluribus unum. That's the call of our ancestors, to put more indivisible into this one nation under God. That's the challenge. And there's enough things that we agree on in America, and especially when we stop and talk about things like the child tax credit, most Americans are for that.
Fleetwood, Pennsylvania.
Oh, gosh, I've been waiting for you, for crying out loud. Why did you interrupt me earlier?
You were on a roll.
Oh,
you
come
were on
on.
a roll. And I was,
Come on, Senator.
will you yield for a question?
I yield for a question while retaining the floor.
I don't know what kind of food you eat on that vegan diet of yours.
Yeah.
But I need to figure out more of that vegan diet. One place where we can and do care that unites us as a nation is the role of our nation's veterans, the heroes who have sacrificed for us. Although with this president, I guess he doesn't hold veterans in the same esteem. As someone who has bled for this nation, I guess I joined the ranks of the suckers and losers who have bled and died for this nation in the president's estimation. But I just wanted to start off by saying thank you again, Senator Booker, for all that you're doing as you hold the floor today, but also every other day, to underline the pain and damage Donald Trump and Elon Musk are doing, not just to our country, but to middle-class Americans throughout our country. And tragically, that harm even extends to our nation's veterans, who have sacrificed so much to protect this country and keep Americans safe, who should be shielded from this needless chaos and uncertainty. Senator Booker, I know you are well aware that this administration is firing more veterans than any other administration in modern history. It's been reported that this administration, in these first few months in office, has fired approximately 6,000 veterans from federal service across this country. This list of firing, especially at the VA, has resulted in operations for our veterans being canceled. We've seen reports of the caregivers hotline, a hotline that was set up to support the caregivers who provide medical caregiving to their loved ones who served and sacrificed and are now disabled. There are delays in that hotline being answered because Donald Trump fired all of these veterans. There are people who support the crisis hotline were also fired. I know this because some of them are my constituents and asked for help. I had one individual who served in the military for over 2 decades, did such a good job on the crisis hotline as a frontline person answering the phone, trying to prevent their brothers and sisters from the idea of suicide. They did such a good job that they were promoted to be a trainer. They were promoted to be a supervisor, which then made them probationary, and they were fired. We were able to get some of these people their jobs back. Some of them are still out there without their jobs. This is what Donald Trump and Elon Musk has already done. This does not help our nation's veterans. This does not help our nation's heroes. If anything, it is a betrayal to them. It's a betrayal, a cruel betrayal to the men and women who bravely answered the call to serve our country in uniform. A call that this president dodged 5 different times when he had the opportunity to serve. Now, men and women in uniform came home from serving, and many of them chose to continue their service to our country as federal employees. How are Elon and Trump thanking these brave, selfless Americans? They're doing it by showing them the door and leaving them wondering how they'll be able to afford next week's groceries or next month's rent, forcing them to look for a new job. The senator from New Jersey and I are both working together to help our heroes get their jobs back, which is why I've introduced a Protect Veterans Jobs Act to reinstate all veterans who were wrongly fired from their federal jobs by Trump and Musk. It is a critical bill to help those who've already been fired. But according to recent reports, Trump and Musk are just getting started. From everything that we've seen, they are planning on firing another 80,000 VA employees, almost a third of whom are veterans themselves. So that's going to be another 25 veterans on the chopping block on top of the 6,000 who've already been fired. It is a complete betrayal from Trump and from Musk. Firing these VA employees will even harm veterans that Trump is not firing, because it's going to force them to wait longer to see their health care providers. It's going to make them wait longer to have their disability claims adjudicated. It is going to make them wait longer to have someone pick up their calls at the Veterans Crisis Line. It is going to make them wait even longer, and their loved ones wait even longer, to have their burial and funeral expense reimbursements request processed. And so much more. All while the VA's backlog of unprocessed claims continues growing. I have another question for you, but first, for the senator from New Jersey, I was wondering if you could tell us if you have heard from your veterans who have been fired, if you have heard from your veterans who've seen their services delayed in New Jersey and around the country.
Yes, 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 yes. This is my veterans book. This is what I was reading from earlier, and everything you're saying is right. And it is such an insult. I read stories from our veterans. It's such an insult to the highest calling of our country to stand and serve as you did.
Makes fun of the disabled who lie so much that the
As you did.
fact-checkers lose count. That
Injured
minimizes
veterans.
the pain and the
Disabled
suffering.
veterans.
Where you have
I read an article about
there are billionaires themselves that say, if my
thousands of
mom
disabled
gets
veterans
his
that want
Social
to serve
Security
their
check
country,
now,
love this
but if
nation so
somebody
much
else complains
that
about
they
the
want to
Republican
serve in
fraudster, these
humble
people
jobs
are not
doing noble
fraudsters,
things.
they're
And how do we
hurting,
treat
they're
them?
afraid, they're worried. For God's
They
sake,
say 83,000
this is America.
people being laid off. A quarter of them are veterans from the VA itself. But this doesn't include veterans that do things for the Park Service and our national parks. Veterans that do things for us in the Defense Department. Veterans that do things for us across this country. I found in my state some of the greatest leaders I have met in my state are veterans who are still serving veterans. And then veteran entrepreneurs, you know the data, they're incredibly successful. They create to our economy. The VA is cutting not just veteran jobs, they're cutting contracts with veteran-owned businesses. I don't understand how you can say out of one side of your mouth, you honor and respect our veterans, which is not what our president's always said. Dear God, what he said about John McCain. I still remember John McCain is in a town hall with Barack Obama, fighting fiercely to be the president of the United States, and somebody gets up and says that Barack Obama, as if it's an insult, it's not, is a Muslim or something, and he grabs the mic back and corrects her. One of his voters, he corrects her on national TV. This is wrong. He's a guy who loves his wife, Christian, loves his family. I mean, that is character and honor. Can you ever see that from our president now? And this is how wrong I was. And I want to admit, I've made mistakes, I've been wrong. I remember where I was when he said in his campaign that he's no hero. The people who are captured are not heroes. I said to the people that were with me, there goes his 15 minutes of fame. I thought that was the end of Trump. But somehow you could become president of the United States when you insult the veterans who serve. I want to read you, and I know you have another question, but can I read you? I don't know, John Lewis and John McCain, the two Johns are coming up a lot in so far my 20 hours. But I want to read you this. I want to read this when you were here.
Loss of benefits will have
because
a
I read this.
effect on me and my family as we navigate the medical
it's
needs
just-
we are
it's-
going to be facing. I will need progressive and comprehensive
Let me all
care
tell you, this
as
is
I
John
age. I
McCain
will
writing.
need medication
Let me all tell
every
you
single day of my
what
life.
I
know
think about the
this. I
Pledge
know
of
you will.
Allegiance, our flag and our country.
I will need
I
security
want to
of a
tell
generous
you a
society
story
to
about
care
when I
for
was a prisoner of
generous
war.
society.
I spent 5 years in the
do the
Hanoi
basic
Hilton. In the
for families
early
in this
years
kind of
of our
struggle.
imprisonment, the North Vietnamese kept us in
Millions
solitary
of others
confinement,
joined me
or
there to
2 or
protect my
3 to a cell.
Senator Booker.
In
I tell you, I'm
1971,
gonna fight
the
for
North
your Social
Vietnamese
Security. I'm gonna
moved
fight to
us
protect the
from
agency.
these conditions
I'm
of
gonna fight
isolation
against
into
the
large
necessary
rooms
cuts that
with as many
burdens
as
the service and
30 to
delivery.
40
And
men
today
to a
and
room.
to tomorrow,
This
I
was,
will
as you can
stand
imagine, a
as long as I
wonderful
can.
change,
As long as
and
I
was a
can,
direct
I will
result
stand
of the
with
efforts
you
of millions of
because
Americans,
you are
led by
seen,
people like
you
Nancy
are
and
heard.
Ronald Reagan on behalf of a few hundred POWs 10,000 miles from home.
More of
One
your
of the men
stories
moved into
should
my
be
cell
told
was
to those
Mike
that are
Christian.
scared right now.
Mike came from a small town near Selma, Alabama. He didn't wear a pair of shoes until he was 13 years old. At 17, he enlisted in the U.S. Navy. He later earned a commission. He became a naval flying officer and was shot down and captured in 1967. Mike had a keen and deep appreciation for the opportunities this country and our military provide for people who want to work and want to succeed.
Margaret Hebring from Chippewa.
The uniforms we wore in prison consisted of a blue short-sleeve shirt, trousers that looked like pajama trousers, and rubber sandals that were made out of automobile tires. I recommend them highly. My pair lasted my entire stay.
77 years old, and I remember
as a part of the change in treatment, the Vietnamese allowed some prisoners to receive packages from home. And some of these packages were handkerchiefs, scarves, and other items of clothing. Mike got himself a piece of white cloth and a piece of red cloth and fashioned himself a bamboo needle. Over a period of a couple of months, he sewed the American flag on the inside of his shirt. Every afternoon before we had a bowl of soup, we would hang Mike's shirt on the wall of our cell and say the Pledge of Allegiance. I know that saying the Pledge of Allegiance may not seem the most important and meaningful part of our day now, our day in the Senate, but I can assure you that for those men in that stark prison cell, it was indeed the most important and meaningful event of our day. One day, the Vietnamese searched our cell and discovered Mike's shirt with the flag sewn inside and removed it. That evening, they returned, opened the door of the cell, called for Mike Christian to come out, closed the door of the cell, and for the benefit of us all, beat Mike Christian severely for the next couple of hours. Then they opened the door of the cell and threw him back inside.
But North Carolina
he was not in good shape.
A letter from Judith Brown.
We tried to comfort and take care of him as well as we could. The cell in which we lived had a concrete slab in the middle of which we slept, 4 naked light bulbs in each corner of the room. After things quieted down, I went to lie down and go to sleep. As I did, I happened to look into the corner of the room. Sitting there beneath that dim light bulb with a piece of white cloth, a piece of red cloth, another shirt, and his bamboo needle was my friend, Mike Christian, sitting there with his eyes almost shut from his beating, making another American flag. He was not making the flag because it made Mike Christian feel better. He was making that flag because he knew how important it was for us to be able to pledge our allegiance to our flag and our country. Duty, honor, country. We must never forget those thousands of Americans who, with their courage, with their sacrifice, with their lives, made those words live for all of us. That is our veterans. That is you. That is you, my friend. And Trump is coming after them. Doge is coming after them. They're firing them right now. And are we silent, America? Are we silent when the bravest amongst us, the most honorable amongst us, the most noble amongst us are losing their jobs? Did you speak up when they came for American veterans? When they fired them for no good reason? What did you do? What did you say? I say no. Of their net worth to make sure I yield for a question while retaining the floor.
Thank you for
it's crazy. I'm going back to Pennsylvania.
what you've said.
I mean, it's almost like you can't make this up.
John McCain was a true hero. He said the same thing to me when I first met him. I do have a question for you, which will come later, but I thought I would tell you the story of how I met John McCain. I was recently wounded. Within weeks of being able to finally sit up for the first time, I was in physical therapy, and Senator McCain came and visited us. And the nurses and occupational therapists and physical therapists came running in and said, "Senator McCain, this is Captain Duckworth. She's a hero just like you," and said to me, "You're a hero like Senator McCain."
to our country. It's absurd.
You were both shot down.
everybody. It's
Senator McCain
absurd.
looked at me and
This is
said
why
in that
I
voice of
can't
his,
let this be normal
didn't
anymore.
take no hero to fly into a missile. The good pilots don't get
Michelle
shot
from
down.
Lancaster,
And I knew then and there that I really
My
liked
name
him
is
because he
Michelle
was right.
Hoover.
The real heroes
I love
were
your
the
last name,
buddies who
Michelle.
carried me out of
From
that field
Lancaster,
in Iraq.
Pennsylvania, and I would
The real
definitely happen if
heroes
somebody would happen-
are
something would happen
the
to my Social
sergeant in the
Security.
rescue bird
Michelle also
that
has
carried me out and has
Parkinson's
to
and disability,
live
and the money that I
with the
have goes
post-traumatic
pretty much
stress.
to the most
The
of
real
my
heroes
medications
are all the
foods
men
that
and
I
women
need to
who
eat
survived
to
and
keep
came
myself going
home
and strong.
and
That's
need
how
the
it will
care
impact my
that they have
family.
rightfully
I wouldn't be able
earned.
to afford also my
The care that
insulin
we're
for my
providing with them
diabetes, Parkinson's, and
with the PACT
diabetes.
Act,
So it's
a bill
challenge
that you
every month,
supported, a bill that you spoke up for.
as it is
Even,
with
wow,
the amount
members,
that we have, because the
our
cost of
colleagues
pharmaceuticals
across the aisle, many of them
keep
said it
us
was
going.
too
Yes.
expensive.
So
And at a
that's why
time when we
Social
should be
Security is really good to
expanding
us,
the
the
PACT
family.
Act,
It
when we
helps
should be
us
recognizing
get
more of
by
the
every
illnesses
day.
and
Thank you.
injuries that came
This
out
is
of
Patricia
service
Harvey Porter from
around
Johnstown,
burn pits and
Pennsylvania.
toxic
Hello,
substances.
my name is Patricia
You have a president
Haney, excuse
who
me,
is
Ms.
cutting
Porter.
the VA,
Patricia
who
Haney
wants to
Porter.
cut
I
those
reside in
jobs,
Johnstown,
who want to go
Pennsylvania.
after
My work
our
is
veterans'
varied.
benefits,
I've been
whom,
employed
just
as a
like
secretary of
Elon
private
Musk has
sector
said,
statistician
sees
for the government
veterans as a
agency,
people with
as a
their
real
hands
estate
out.
agent, and most recently
We
as
don't
a
have our
legal
hands out.
secretary. This is
We're
my
simply
story and how
asking
Social
for what this
Security has affected
country
my life.
promised
My
us.
mother passed away in 1956. My
Where
sister
were
died.
you,
God bless you.
Mr. President? Where were you, Elon,
10 and 11.
when this country
My maternal
asked for someone to
grandparents
serve?
stepped in and they raised
When
us
this
with the help
country
of Social
asks,
Security
who
survivor benefits,
amongst you
resulting
will
in good
leave
education
your
and allowing
family,
other
leave
needs
your
to be met.
friends,
We had
leave your
almost
neighbors,
normal lives due to these benefits.
and put on her
While
colors
raising two children, I
and
worked as a
defend
real
her?
estate agent. My income was based on
Not
commissions
for your
rather than
mom, not for
salary,
your dad,
so
not
I
for your
made the
family
entire
members, but
Social
for
Security
strangers
payments
who will
based on
never
my
know
income.
your
We had
name,
a roof over our heads,
who
we had
will
food on
never
the
know your
table.
sacrifice.
One of my
Who
children
among
had
you will do
serious,
that?
medical issues.
Thank
And I
God
paid for her bills out of
that from
pocket,
Lexington
never
and
asking for a
Concord,
penny from any government
from
agency.
Iwo Jima,
These
from
expenses
Iadrang
were paid
Valley,
for
from
my income,
Kandahar,
and I paid taxes every year.
from
I waited
Fallujah.
until I was 70 to collect my Social Security
There were
benefits.
Americans who stood
As
up and said,
realized
"I
the
will.
latter you collect,
I will
the
defend this
better
great
the benefits.
nation.
I
I
have
will
no
wear her
pension, and I
colors
live
with
almost
pride."
entirely on Social Security benefits.
And all we have
I
to
am
do
always looking for
as a
part-time
nation
work, but few people want to hire me, as I will be
is
80
live up
in
to
June.
one
God
tiny
bless
little
you.
percentage of that sacrifice that they made.
Based on the benefits I
Let them
receive,
have
I'm
the
able to
benefits
pay
that
my
they've
mortgage
earned.
and all monthly expenses.
And yet
I
Donald
receive
Trump and
Medicare,
Elon
which
Musk
helps pay
are cutting
medical
those
bills.
benefits. The biggest predictor,
So Social Security
the biggest
and
predictor
Medicare
of veterans'
be taken from me. I will
homelessness
likely leave
is
my
not
home.
post-traumatic stress
I
disorder.
can no longer afford
It is not a
medical
health
costs,
condition.
groceries.
The biggest
I
predictor
have a
of
medical
veterans'
condition that
homelessness
requires regular
is
visits with
lack
a
of
specialist who is
employment,
70 miles away.
not having a
Without Social
job.
Security and
That
Medicare, I would
begins
no longer
the
be able to
spiral
see my
downwards
condition
for
will
veterans
result
that
in
ends
death
up
sooner
with them
rather than
becoming
later. Thank you
homeless.
for all
And
you
I
are
will
doing
tell
to see
everyone
that the
in these
benefits
chambers and in this
Social
nation,
Security,
we
Medicare,
are
Medicaid will
all
continue. As Senator Murphy
dishonored
and I was talking, it's
when a
important
veteran
to
must lay their
right
head
as somebody
down
on Social
on the very
Security
same
that they have to
streets
drive
that
just
he
for
or she
medical
defended
attention.
to sleep
We are
that
in a
night.
hospital
We are
crisis
all
in America.
dishonored. The VA has done
There's so many rural
tremendous
areas
work,
where rural
tremendous
residents
work
of our country have
to
drive
fight
so
veterans'
far
homelessness, and that has
just
been
to
a
get to
bipartisan
hospital.
effort.
Cuts in
And these
Medicaid,
cuts,
we've heard it from the letters I wrote in
these
direct
cuts that are
letters
costing
to
veterans their jobs
will endanger those
are
hospital
going to
survivors.
start some of those veterans, unfortunately, on that path to homelessness.
Charlotte, North Carolina, again,
These
Kevin
cuts
Woodson.
are going to mean
A lot of letters,
those
my staff, from
veterans'
Wisconsin and
homelessness
Charlotte, North
programs
Carolina.
that will prevent our
Okay.
veterans from becoming unhoused,
My
those
name is
programs
Kevin
will not
Woodson.
be
I'm a
able
69-year-old
to take care of all the
retiree
veterans
living
of the
in Charlotte, North
demand.
Carolina. I
I'm
worked
already
38
seeing it.
years for two Fortune 500
I spent this past
two
weekend
Fortune
in
50
Missouri
companies. I'm sorry,
at the
Kevin.
Cochrane
And
VA
I thought
Medical
that I
Center,
would have a fully funded pension plan
hearing
to live off my
about
retirement.
the
However,
challenges that they're facing.
I never
They
got
need to
25
expand.
years in,
They don't
so
need to
only
shrink.
got partial pensions.
They said there's going to be
This is
another
why I use Social
25,000
Security
veterans
covers
moving
the
into the
holes that
area. They actually have to
pensions don't cover in terms of
expand their
medical benefits.
services. And yet Elon
It
Musk,
allows me the freedom to
enabled
enjoy
by
my
Donald
life,
Trump,
take care of
is
activities that I
cutting
need in order to
veterans'
keep myself
jobs,
healthy, such
veterans'
as
benefits, because according to
Something I
them,
rely on, not a
veterans aren't heroes. We are
And I hope
suckers
that we
and
don't
losers.
touch Social
Well, I
Security,
beg to differ.
that we don't have any
I beg
issues
to differ.
trying to
I
keep
am
that
sure
money
that my
flowing.
colleague from New Jersey knows that firing 80,000 employees from the Veterans Affairs,
Margarita
Department of Veterans
Silver
Affairs,
from
wouldn't just
Surprise,
cause longer
Arizona.
delays for
Love that
veterans.
name.
It will doom
Surprise,
our VA's
Arizona.
ability to process claims that the influx of claims under the PACT Act, a law that is helping ensure veterans who were exposed to toxins while serving can get the care that they have earned, with more than 1 million claims already approved in a short time since it's become law. I can't think of a single good reason to hurt so many veterans, and I'll just ask the senator from New Jersey, can you think of any reasons?
I'm very moved by your comments. I want to say that from John McCormick to Jack Reed, the Senate has a good number of people who serve this nation who answered the call. They should all get our honor and respect. Senator Blumenthal served, and he has a son, Navy SEAL. We should have a reverence for those people because a lot of them didn't make it back. A lot of people didn't make it back, and a lot of people who came home with horrible wounds, visible and invisible. We should all be ashamed of the veterans that are committing suicide. We should all be ashamed of veteran homelessness. We have the capacity. We are a great enough nation to help them. But the ones that didn't come back, they watch over us. They look down upon this nation. I want to read you one more thing because I was raised by parents who could not think they could, they really worried raising me in an affluent town in a beautiful home that I would not recognize how extraordinarily privileged I was. My dad used to say to me, boy, don't walk around this house like you hit a triple. You were born on third base. My dad would say things to me like, boy, don't sit at this table and not realize that you drink deeply from wells of freedom and liberty that you did not dig. You eat from banquet tables of blessings prepared for you by your ancestors. You must metabolize those blessings, not so that you could pay your ancestors back, but that you could pay it forward. My dad, when I got degrees from Stanford, Oxford, and Yale, said, boy, you got more degrees in the month of July, but you ain't hot. Life ain't about the degrees you get, it's about the service you give. And so McCormick and Reed and Tammy, those folks who answer phones and set appointments, they're sure important. I'm here because of people that died for this country, that stormed beaches in Normandy in this country. They were at Iwo Jima for this country. They liberated Nazi concentration camps for this country. They are buried. I've seen their burials. In Thailand, fields full of American soldiers who never made it home. Every time I see one of those, I get overcome with emotion. I can't think about, when I look at their ages, 18, 19, 20, 21. And so let me read this, and I'm going to compose myself, because you got me all emotional, Tammy. I thought you were my friend. This is a poem written by Billy Rose. You know it probably. It's called The Unknown Soldier. And just listen to the words and let them echo and see if we are living up to them, if our president lives up to them, the most powerful person in the world or the richest man in the world. Are they respecting? There's a graveyard near the White House where the unknown soldier lies, and the flowers there are splendid with the tears from a mother's eyes. I stood there not long ago with roses for the brave, and I suddenly heard the voice speak out of the grave. I am the unknown soldier, the spirit voice began, and I think I have the right to ask some questions man to man. Are my buddies taken care of? Was their victory so sweet? Is that big reward you offered selling pencils on the street? Did they really win the freedom they battled to achieve? Do you still respect that croix de guerre above that empty sleeve? Does a gold star in the window now mean anything at all? I wonder how my old girl feels when she hears the bugle call. And that baby who sang, hello, Central, give me no man's land. Can they replace her daddy with a military band? I wonder if the profiteers have satisfied their greed. I wonder if a soldier's mother ever is in need. I wonder if the kings who planned it all are really satisfied. They played their game of checkers, and 11 million died. I am the unknown soldier, and maybe I died in vain. But if I were alive and my country called,
Pennsylvania. My name is Cynthia Marino. I'm a retired registered nurse from Lancaster,
I'd do it all
Pennsylvania.
over
My
again.
husband- Sorry, Cynthia. My husband died in 1990, and 2 of my children received survivor's benefits for 8 years, during which time I was able to get my
Thank you,
bachelor's
Senator.
degree in nursing.
Every time I see you,
and work
I
part-time.
have such reverence and
All
gratitude
3
that
of my
I get to
children
serve
went on to get
alongside of
college
you. I
degrees.
didn't
61
serve in the
years
military
old.
alongside of you like those
Social Security
courageous
disability.
soldiers, like those people who carried you at risk to themselves, people who saved your life, the people that helped you in rehab,
Depend mostly on Social Security for my husband
the
and
people that
myself.
empowered you to get back on your feet and run for one of the highest offices in the land, and then you serve here with distinction, because you don't forget who helped you get here.
Security in the past and present.
Exactly.
Much cheaper
And my
than
dad,
dedicated funds to
who's in
remain
heaven,
in a nursing home.
with a lot of the other good folks from
Thank you,
American
Senator
history.
Booker, protected. Thank you, Cynthia, for your
I
story.
don't know what he'd think of his son, but I know he'd be proud of you. All right,
These are just some.
let's talk about the economy.
Give their voices. I lift their voices with mine.
Christopher Coons.
I want to go to the Detroit
Will the senator yield
Free
for a
Press,
question?
but
I yield for a question while retaining the floor.
from New Jersey.
Is the senator familiar with Rory Badger of Delaware?
Read this article, and if he is interested.
Is the senator familiar with my guess
6th hour.
to the speech to a joint session of Congress
That's a
delivered
question I
by
will,
President Trump just a few weeks ago?
So every time I answer the question, we have to go through the same thing. I am slightly familiar, yes, because we talked about it, but I would be really happy if you asked me another question and filled in some gaps.
If I might, I simply want to ask my colleagues.
Then I yield for a question. If you want to ask me a question, I yield for a question while retaining the floor with the recognition that I have to do it because I'm standing between 2 Delawareans and I'm a little nervous. Jersey never wants to be between 2 Delawareans.
74-year-old Troy retiree went online in March on the very day that $2,800
To my colleague and friend from the great state of New Jersey, I simply am asking the question, are you familiar with a Marine from Seaford, Delaware? His name is Rory Badger. He is not a man of politics. He is not a partisan. And he only came to my attention when he called my office for assistance.
I have never really worried
Rory
about
Badger
much as I have this
volunteered
year.
to serve our
The money,
nation,
thankfully, was sitting in her account in
was
March, and
deployed
she
to
never checked
Afghanistan,
payments for her
and is a
ongoing
decorated
nonstop
combat
process.
veteran
I think
of the United
anybody,
States Marine Corps.
future or current
Working
people
through
on
the impact of his service, he's
definitely targeted.
returned to the United States and was engaged by
It's a
Fish and
worry
Wildlife in Delaware
that I'm sure
and doing
everybody is
great
having
work
right
to
now.
promote conservation. With a young wife and a young
the
son,
whole senior community.
Marine Badger
Seniors uncertain
reached
what's
for
next
what was
Social
his
Security.
dream
Since early
job,
February,
to work
AARP
for the U.S.
has
Department of
seen
Agriculture Rural
Rory
Conservation
calls with
Service.
customer service care line.
All Rory
As more
wanted
people
to
began
do,
being troubled
he
about
conveyed
Social
to me in a
Security,
letter and then
and it
in
has shown
person
no
when he
signs of
came
abating,
to
according
visit
to the
here.
AARP
All he wanted to do was to help
February
farmers
1st,
on the Delmarva
AARP
Peninsula
said
conserve their
it was
land,
receiving
create
2,000
wildlife
calls into its call
habitat,
center per
protect
week
the
from
environment,
concerns
and be in
related to
places
Social
both
Security.
beautiful and
Social
still.
Security has never missed a payment, and AARP
As you, my friend and colleague, have documented in long discussion and debate in the last hour, he is one of thousands of veterans who woke to receive an unjust and unwarranted termination email that said it was for a cause without citing any cause, and that threw him into the chaos and hurt of having been summarily fired by the American government. He's ultimately been rehired, thankfully, but that period of chaos and of loss made him question our nation and its commitment to our veterans. I will share with my colleague, had the opportunity to visit with our friend Senator McCain to the prison where he was imprisoned for 5.5 years, tortured repeatedly, and lived through the experiences you've just shared of fellow veterans risking their lives to do the most simple thing that we take for granted at the beginning of every day here, to pledge allegiance to our flag. I had a chance on visiting the Hanoi Hilton with our friend and former colleague, Senator McCain, to ask him a simple question, which was at the end of his describing the period when friends were beaten horribly, when some were killed, And when his Vietnamese captors told him, "We found out who your father is, a 4-star admiral, and so we will release you any day," I simply asked him, knowing that you could at any moment on any day raise your hand and say, "I will accept your offer," and go home, how did you endure another 5 years of torture and imprisonment? His answer simply, to do so would not have been honorable. My question to you, my friend and colleague, was the firing of Rory Badger honorable? Is the leadership of our current administration in its treatment of our veterans honorable? Is the value shown by the decisions being made by Elon Musk and his team at Doge honorable? Are we putting at risk the very honor of our nation in the mistreatment of the veterans of this country? This question I put to my friend and colleague.
I thank you, Senator Kuhn, by your strength of voice, by your tone, by the colleague and citizen that you invoke. You are saying the answer with strength, my friend. How do we judge our nation? What measure do we judge America? Is it by how tall our buildings are? Well, those are great marvels. But other countries have taller buildings. God, maybe Ezra Klein has got me so focused now on making our nation do bold and build great things, but does the speed of our rail as an Amtrak guy speak to the greatness of our nation? No, other nations have faster rail. Does the wealth of our people, we have more billionaires than any other country, does that speak to the greatness of our nation? No. I think the things that speak to the greatness of a nation is how do we take care of each other? How do we take care of our elders who deserve our respect and our reverence and gratitude for building America, for sustaining America, for doing the hard jobs to raise families, to set the next generation on their way? I think we should be judged by how we treat our children. They are the only true hope we have of seeing tomorrows that we will never live through. I think we should be judged by how we treat the sick, whether it's people with the disease of alcoholism or mental health or crippling cancers or chronic diseases. What do we do? I think we should be judged by how we nurture our families. God, we put American families under crazy stress. Affordable child care, paid family leave. Other nations, our competitors, have these things. I think we should judge the greatness of our nation by how we treat our veterans. These honorable men and women, some of them who gave their last measure, the last measure of their devotion on fields across the world, from Thailand to Gettysburg. They gave their lives. And those who came home, the America they experienced will speak to the truth of who we are. And so I'm in this place like you're in this place. We've been friends for a long time. I'm blaming you a little bit because you're one of those people I called and said, hey, I'm thinking about running for governor. I'm thinking about running for senator. You told me to come here, man. I'm joking. I love you for it. I'm honored and blessed that New Jersey sent me here. I know that you and I are working to, and let's talk like we talk when we're not on the floor of the Senate. We both are deeply devoted Christians.
56 million people who are aged.
You told me one of my favorite stories in the Senate, which I won't tell right now. I've been asking you to tell that story. I hope you'll tell it, but it's just about how your parents, James Baldwin said, children are never good at listening to their elders, but they never fail to imitate them. You are a great reflection of the stories of your parents you told me. And you and I grapple with this faith of ours, which demands the most radical love. Radical love. What does the Bible say about immigrants?
She never imagined that any fix would involve cutting benefits for existing retirees.
What does the Bible say about the poor?
Some GOP proposals have suggested increasing.
What does the Bible say about the hated, the prostitute,
over an 8-year period,
the leper,
in 26, but now
the people who are looked down upon?
At some point down the road.
What's the story of the prodigal son?
Overall, Cheryl has had fun in retirement.
What's Matthew
She has 9
25
grandchildren,
say about how we should live?
12 great-grandchildren,
Even
wants to
as to
spend
the
more
least of
time, but not
these,
less.
you did unto me.
Cheryl and her friends
How many times does the Bible mention poverty?
just in case something happens
How
to
many?
Social Security.
I'm abiding by it. I will not yield to you.
Put pressure on fixed
But I
income.
knew you would know it, and I don't. 2,000 times it
wants to
mentions
take less money
poverty.
out of her
And does it say
retirement
we should
savings
scorn the
now, so she
poor?
has
Does
a
it say we
lot-
should
she has
ignore
money
the
on the
poor?
sidelines in case
No,
her
it
Social
calls
Security
us
benefits
to
get cut.
love our neighbor.
Even so,
No
she's
exceptions to
starting
that.
At an unexpected $600. She's staring at an unexpected
Will the senator yield for a
$600
question?
Thank you, man. I've been waiting for that question. The prayers of the righteous availeth much. You are a righteous man. I have a lot of work to do.
Wild swings
So
for
I
stock
yield for a question while retaining the floor. I tried to instigate you, Chris. I tried to throw out
created more jitters.
Jesus bait.
You have, sir.
Good, thank God. I yield for a question about whatever you want to ask me for, but I'm retaining the floor.
Leaders are threatening
To my good friend and colleague, as we transition to comments about the economy,
laid off.
are you familiar with the very first time that Jesus stood in his home synagogue in Nazareth to preach? He read from the scroll a passage from, I believe, Isaiah 61, verse 1 to 2. This is recorded in Luke chapter 4. And it is a well-known passage. And I rely upon it to understand what was the ministry of Jesus centrally about. He says, "This is fulfilled in your hearing today. The Spirit of the Lord is upon me. He has anointed me to preach good news to the poor."
One big problem with fueling an atmosphere.
I don't think it is possible to read the Gospels and to read the Torah and to understand righteousness without hearing over and over and over in the course of the Old and New Testaments a call to respect those at the margins of life, a call to be generous and open-hearted and kind to those who suffer and struggle, to be attentive to and present to those who are in prison, who are widows, who are orphans, to allow the gleaning of a field, which means to make sure that out of the abundance of our productivity on our farms, we make sure that we feed those who hunger here at home and abroad. You cannot miss the central message, which is, as you have said, kindness to those on the margins, attentiveness to those in need, good news to the poor. And so in this season of Lent, I ask my friend and colleague whether he's aware of our president's intention to impose significant tariffs sometime today or tomorrow that may raise the costs for working families in our nation, that may make harder the lives of those who struggle to pay for their children's food and medicines and schooling, that instead of meeting his promise to make America affordable again, will almost certainly make America less affordable for those who are exactly those to whom we are called to give attention, kindness, and service. I ask my colleague and my friend, are you aware of President Trump's so-called Liberation Day that will impose, in fact, thousands of dollars of additional costs on the working families of America who struggle so hard to make ends meet, in a direct violation of a call to care for those in need?
Yes.
In your opening, you
I'm
said
aware.
something that resonated with me. You said,
I said earlier that he
"Our
calls it
constituents
Liberation
are
Day, and I'm not
asking
sure what
us
he
to
means by
acknowledge
that,
this is
because
not normal."
Americans will not, by this move, be liberated from high prices.
I can't tell you how
They won't be
important it
liberated
is to
from
internalize, and
watching their
that's why we're here at
401ks
Late
dwindle
Hour
in
in
value
the
as the
Senate.
stock market goes down. They won't be
That's why
liberated
you are leading here
from the
to
high
make the
cost
case
of
to the
groceries.
people that this
They won't
is
be
a crisis.
liberated by the high cost and
That
hard
resonated with me
availability
because I hear
of
this
housing.
over and over again. I hear
He
it
calls it
all
Liberation
over
Day,
our home state,
but
whether at town halls,
Americans
other rooms that are
won't
packed,
be
say
liberated
this
from
moment is
crushing
not
debt,
normal, this moment
from medical
constitutes
debt,
a crisis. And I'm
from
glad you're speaking on
student
the floor
loan
and
debt.
And said that because what you've said
Parents
isn't
who are
just
struggling
Cory
to take
Booker
care of
saying
their
that.
parents
It's that millions of New
and their
Jerseyans
children
that we represent are saying it. And you are lifting up
who
their
rely
voice.
on Medicaid,
It's not just you're saying
Because
that.
a parent has
it's that
Alzheimer's,
millions of Americans
child has a
see
disability,
something fundamentally
they're trying to make it
wrong
all
and they're
work.
angry about it.
but yet they're
So I have
shackled
some
in fear
questions for my
because they
colleagues, but I wanna
see
add some context
that recommended
for this, because
to a
I
House
want
committee
to dig in a bit on why people
Energy and
are so
Commerce
angry in this moment,
was to find
and why
$880
what we're
billion
seeing from Donald Trump
of
and Elon
cuts
Musk
to the programs that they are relying
response
on
netting,
as a
it is the
lifeline
cause of
to
it.
keep their family together.
A common refrain in the
Who's
town halls
liberated?
that I've held is that
Who's
people
liberated?
just feel like nothing is working for
By
them.
the tariffs that he's going to come
There is a promise,
and bring
a
onto a
uniquely
country where
American
half this
promise
nation
that is simply
is
going
dealing with
unfulfilled
a
for
tough,
too many.
tough economic
Now,
reality.
that promise is simple. Your government
Where half
will
of the
work
renters in this country, you and I were both local leaders, we know it is technically the definition of housing insecurity if you are paying more than a third of your income on rent.
Keep you safe by ensuring the world is stable and
Chris
secure.
Coons, you love people, you know people,
Senator,
you
and I
travel
are here
Delaware,
because
it's
we
a
know
much
that this
smaller
promise is
state.
going unfulfilled.
I do say that with
the
some
American promise
little
is
bit
going
of
unfulfilled would be a
twisted
tragedy in its
non-Christian
own right.
arrogance and
It
from
would
New
be
Jersey
something
looking
that
down.
we as a Congress should put our entire focus into
But you know
restoring.
people in your state. I've been with you in your state. You're connected to your communities. So you know people that are struggling just to make ends meet. You know people that are one emergency away, like a car accident
They will be on those
or sickness that forces them to miss a week of work and a paycheck,
and related diseases.
that will throw their lives in financial ruin. Is this president doing his promises
Degeneration,
to make their lives better?
Lewy body dementia, and their family caregivers.
President Trump is calling his tariffs Liberation Day. You think Canada feels liberated from the bully neighbor that is Donald Trump? Do you think Greenland feels liberated
Americans have flooded congressional phone lines
from the
rallied
bully
behind town
nature?
halls,
Do you
and
think
lifted their
Panama
voices to make it
feels
clear that they do not
liberated?
want massive cuts to the healthcare and public
What about
services they depend on.
universities that are
Despite that,
cutting NIH
today,
funding,
Speaker Johnson
that are cutting the scientific research that will cure
pressed the
the
budget
diseases
resolution
in the
forward that
future,
puts our
that will
nation on a
alleviate suffering,
disastrous
that
path
now
to ripping
aren't
away
allowing
healthcare
postdocs to come to their
80
school?
million
They're
children,
not
pregnant
hiring,
women,
they're
veterans,
slashing the
seniors,
number of
people with
engineering
disabilities by
students that
cutting
they're
them.
allowing in because they're terrified
We
because this
founded the
president is
president
menacing
of AFSCME.
indirect costs.
This budget proves
Is that liberation?
extremists are more concerned with giving wealthy trillions in tax cuts than helping working people. Voters across the country are
71
backing town halls
days
to demand
in,
no
now
cuts in
72
Medicaid and
days.
SNAP. They're calling
I
representatives.
asked you, are you better off than you were 72 days ago economically? I asked that question. Ask it to your friends. Are they better off economically? Well, I don't see
lower rising costs.
how they could be because prices are up, stock market's down, the risk of recession is climbing, consumer confidence is in the gutter,
Instead of listening to
401k plans are
the House
getting
moved forward on
losing
budget cuts that
value.
will cause millions to lose their
Are
health
you
care.
better off than you were
Increasing food
72
insecurity
days
for
ago
families
under this president's leadership
jeopardize
on the verge of his
Medicare
so-called
and Social
Liberation Day
Security in the
that's
long
going to drive prices up even more?
calls this
And he's doubling down on tax cuts for the rich. He wants an economy that works for him, his billionaire donors, his powerful special interests, and it's coming at the expense of working people who are struggling to get by, and a lot of the programs that they rely on, like for their health care, like for their Social Security. He wants an economy where the richest people get the biggest tax cuts, where the largest corporations, heck, they may get to skip out on taxes altogether. And where hardworking Americans are getting crushed by rising food prices and rising rents.
Adults and families.
This idea that that might trickle down.
Impact Americans.
But we know it doesn't work. He's continuing the same reckless economic approach he used in his first term. Massive tax cuts that inure mostly to the wealthy, unchecked spending, rapacious spending, big holes in our national debt, trillions of dollars of more debt, and no serious plan on how to pay for any of this thing that he's doing. From Social Security to public health to the education that supports children with disabilities and scientific research, the safety nets that millions of people depend upon.
Childhood cancer.
Here's the New York Times. Trump's policies have shaken a once solid economic outlook. This is from March 7th. President Trump inherited an economy that was, by most conventional measures, firing on all cylinders. Wages, consumer spending, and corporate profits were rising. Unemployment was low. The inflation rate, though higher than normal, was falling. Just weeks into Mr. Trump's term, the outlook is gloomier. Measures of business and consumer confidence have plunged. The stock market has been on a roller coaster ride. Layoffs are picking up. And by the way, this was March 7th. We just finished March, the worst performing quarter in years in the stock market. Back to the article. Layoffs are picking up according to some data, and forecasters are cutting their estimates for economic growth this year, with some even predicting that the U.S. gross domestic product could shrink in the first quarter. And some commentators have gone further, arguing that the economy could be headed for a recession, a sharp rebound in inflation, or even the dreaded combination of the two, stagflation. Most economists consider that unlikely, saying growth is more likely to slow than to give way to a decline. Still, the sudden deterioration in the outlook is striking, especially because it is almost entirely a result of Mr. Trump's policies and the resulting uncertainty. Tariffs and the inevitable retaliation from trading partners will increase prices and slow down growth. Federal jobs cut will push up unemployment and could lead government employees and contractors to pull back on spending while they wait to learn their fate. Deportations could drive up costs for industries like construction and hospitality and the agricultural sector that depend on immigrant labor. In quotes, if the economy was starting out in quite good shape, it probably is in less good shape after what we've seen the last few weeks, said Donald Rismiller, chief economist at Stratgas, a research firm. The U.S. economy has repeatedly shown its resilience in recent years, and there are parts of Mr. Trump's agenda that could foster growth. Business groups have responded enthusiastically to Republican plans to cut taxes and reduce regulation. A streamlined government could, in theory, make the overall economy more productive. So far, however, the Trump administration's approach to economic policy has been characterized more by chaos, tariffs that are announced and then delayed, government workers who are fired and rehired, than careful planning. Michael Strain, an economist at the Conservative American Enterprise Institute, I know AEI well, said Trump's policies on trade and immigration and his slash and burn approach to federal job cuts would have a damaging effect. This is a conservative think tank. What President Trump has proposed will not cause a recession, he continued, but it will slow economic growth. It will take money out of people's pockets. It will increase the unemployment rate. It will cost people jobs. It will make American businesses less competitive. That's AEI, folks.
These requirements also fail to recognize
it is certainly possible for Mr. Trump's policies to come together in a way that causes a recession, as tariffs alone could shave a full percentage growth in the domestic product this year, according to some economic models, enough to cut in half the 2% growth rate that economists expected going into this year. Many economists contend that deporting millions of immigrants, as Mr. Trump promised to do on the campaign trail last year, could be even more harmful than tariffs, given the U.S. economy's need for workers, particularly in industries like construction and healthcare. And the administration's push to shrink the federal government, an effort led by Elon Musk, could leave hundreds of thousands of federal workers and government contractors looking for jobs when hiring has slowed. That could set off a chain reaction. Workers who lose jobs or worry they might would pull back on spending, which would force businesses to cut costs, leading to more layoffs and further reductions in spending. Ordinarily, that would prompt the Federal Reserve to cut interest rates and shore up the economy, but that could be difficult if tariffs are also pushing up prices, making policymakers nervous that cutting interest rates could spur inflation. It's a death by 1,000 paper cuts, said Jay Bryson, chief economist for Wells Fargo, certainly not a great liberal organization, Wells Fargo. He says all things individually aren't enough to cause a recession, but if you layer them on top of one another, it might be. Most economists think such an outcome is relatively unlikely, however. Mr. Trump has repeatedly delayed full enforcement of his promised tariffs. For example, on Thursday, this article is from March 7th, he suspended tariffs on most imports from Mexico and Canada until April. What month are we in? April. His deportation efforts have likewise gotten off to a slow start, and some of the cuts to the federal workforce have been tied up in court, as they should be. Such delays and reversals will help blunt the impact of Mr. Trump's policies policies and could make a recession less likely, at least in the short term, but the prolonged uncertainty could have its own costs, leading businesses to delay investment and hiring decisions. If we don't get clarity by the back half of this year, economic uncertainty can be like a deer in the headlights, said Nancy Lazar, chief global economist and at the investment bank Piper Sandler. Things just stop. Business confidence is muted, employment is muted, and capital spending is put on hold. Even if Mr. Trump's policies don't cause a recession, they could do long-term damage. Lower immigration will leave the country with a smaller labor force as the native-born population is aging. Trade barriers will be a relatively modest drag on growth while in place, a chronic condition rather than an acute one. It's less the economy is in a car wreck, and it's more like the economy has decided to start smoking a pack a day, said an economist at the Roosevelt Institute. In certain places and for certain groups, the consequences could be harder to ignore. Veterans, who make up a disproportionate share of federal workers, could be particularly hard hit by government layoffs. So could parts of the countries that depend heavily on federal jobs. Apparently, there are signs that home prices in the Washington metropolitan area are falling. It's going to be substantial for certain communities. When you look at the aggregate, it's going to be challenging. That we treat our elders with dignity.
Will the senator yield for a question?
People struggling with chronic disease. I talked or texted with this person who's asking me to yield the floor. I've been letting this power go to my head. I've never, in the Senate, had the ability to hold the floor and leave a person in a little bit of limbo. I just want to say that Tim Kaine is one of the friends, and honestly, he's like a pastor to me. He's one of the more honorable men I've met in my life, and struggles like me about faith and public service. I read your book. I really hope more people read your book. I didn't think it was going to be as beautiful as it was. I laughed. I wept. When you were attacked by spiders and things like that, I'm sorry I was laughing at your misfortune, sir. It's a book about you going through your whole state. The love in these letters. By walking the Appalachian Trail, canoeing, every story you told moved me. It's a great book. I've read a lot of my colleagues' books, but this one really touched me. You have this beautiful view of America, and I want people to read your book. I really want people to read your book. So if I should yield, I'll yield only if you'll tell people the name of your book and maybe tell something about it. This is extortion on the Senate floor. I'm going to hold on to the floor unless you agree to that. You can shake your head up and down if you agree. All right. Then, of course, to my dear friend, and somebody that I probably wouldn't be standing here. We had some discussions about procedural opportunities and things like that. He had to make some concessions to me. I won't give details, but he's an honorable man, and in the crux before I came here, he really helped to clear the pathway for me to stand here now. I owe you a lot of my 12 years. You are like a big brother to me, and I yield for a question while retaining the floor.
Well, thank you to my friend, Senator Booker, and to all who are gathered to watch this very, very important vigil. And the question that I'm going to ask in slow motion to give you a chance to think of a response,
God bless you,
is a question that was inspired by your colloquy with Senator Coons, where you guys were
not a colloquy, that's not allowed. It was a question.
Where you were discussion, where you were doing some Bible quoting back and forth, and as you know, I'm a big Bible reader, and the thing I thought about, and actually I've thought about it during your talk since last night, is this part of the Gospel of Matthew where he's challenging people that he thinks are hypocrites, and he says to them, you can discern the faces of the sky, but you can't discern the signs of the times. Wow. That's Matthew 16, 2 and 3. You can discern the faces of the sky, but you cannot discern the signs of the times. The way I view this vigil that you have been powerfully engaged upon is you are attempting to discern and explain the signs of the times to your colleagues and to our country, and that's very important that we do. And I'd like to ask you one question about the signs of the times economically to follow the discussion of what we're seeing, but then I want to ask you a question about the signs of the times more in the nature of our democracy. So to begin on the economy, you walked through how strong the economy was on the day this president was inaugurated. And 2 months later, the challenges of a volatile stock market, the challenges of rising prices, the challenges of declining consumer confidence, the challenges of predictions that there might be slow growth or even a recession. We will have a vote on the Senate floor tomorrow about Canadian tariffs, based on a resolution that I've introduced that we will have a vote on. You talked at length about those tariffs and the effect that they have on Americans, as Mr. President and others, as I've traveled around my Commonwealth. My farmers and my small businesses, they've seen it before. They saw it in Trump term 1. They know how dangerous it will be. They don't want to pay more for groceries. They don't want to pay more for building supplies. Farmers don't want to pay more for fertilizer. My shipyards don't want to pay more for aluminum and steel. They were promised that they would pay less, not pay more. They don't want to be part of a campaign to demonize a nation that has been a friend of the United States and stood side by side with us in every war since the War of 1812. They don't want to be part of a juvenile assertion by this president that that sovereign nation is the 51st state. They don't want to be part of a name-calling effort to call the prime minister of a sovereign nation governor. They're trying to read the signs of the times. Why is this administration that came in with such a strong economic hand doing so much so quickly to both hurt us economically, but also to tarnish a relationship that has stood the test of time with an ally? The president often says that his goal is America first. We would all agree as members of this body in America first, but we would all passionately disagree with America alone. What is America alone gonna get us? What will we turn to? Who will we turn to when the allies that we've spent decades building relationships with now feel pushed aside? Yesterday, China announced that they were going to be working with Japan and Korea on a free trade zone, possibly to respond to U.S. tariffs. Other nations are having to engage in hedging behaviors because they thought we were friends, and now they doubt that reality anymore. And so as you look at the signs of these economic times, and then I'll get to a second question about the signs of the times in our democracy, how are we to understand this? And more importantly, how are we best to rectify it? How can we stand up for our families and reduce their burdens, not increase them? How can we stand shoulder to shoulder with linked arms with our allies to face off against adversaries? Reflect on the signs of the times and point us in the right direction. Please, question mark.
I appreciate that. I'm going to try to keep it short, but I want to reminisce with you about something that, do you remember in the Trump's first term that he used a national security waiver to put tariffs on Canada then?
Yes. And my citizens really remember it because they suffered.
Yes. But do you remember, we had a Foreign Relations Committee meeting, and a leader, I don't want to embarrass the leader, but a leader from Canada came, it was a woman, and she sat there. It was a bipartisan group together. You do remember this?
Yes, I do.
So she sat there, and then she started very slowly going back to the War of 1812 and marched through Canadian-American history. I confess I have a degree in history, but I didn't know all this history. But these amazing stories of Canadian sacrifice to stand next to Americans, to die next to Americans, to fight for America, to join our artists, our cultural communities, our arts, our agricultural communities, all the things we've done in hand to make both of our nations stronger and more prosperous. And then she looked at us and said, and then your president,
their entire life,
in a sense, calls us a national security threat.
and have to enter a nursing home.
And you all put tariffs on us. And I remember the quiet, the silence around that committee table. I felt like, whoa, this is such an ally, such a friend, such a consistent ally of us throughout the hardest, difficult times of history, never left our side, that her litany was so admirable. And then she looks at us, a national security waiver to put hardships on our economy, national security waiver to put tariffs on. And they hurt Americans, and they embarrassingly hurt our northern neighbor. But I thought that was bad enough. And now, what kind of bully are you? What kind of mean spirit do you look at your northern neighbor and say, I'm going to call you governor, not with the title you earned by the people that put you in that office? It is the worst kind of behavior, and nobody calls it out. Of our Republican colleagues, not enough of them call it out, I should say. So we are in, as I read in that article, in an economic crisis, and I question, how long will we wait until more of us join in a chorus and saying enough is enough? I don't know the answers. I don't know how we can stop him, but I know we did in the first term. We pushed back on him successfully on his attempts to try to take health care away from tens of millions of Americans, and we can do it again, but more people have to do things differently. They have to do, like we've been talking all day, and I'll turn to my colleague again, as John Lewis called us, get in good trouble, necessary trouble, heal the soul of America. We have to do more and follow the examples of our forefathers and foremothers who never gave up, with conviction and determination, with an indefatigable spirit, unyielding grace. They continued time and time again, pushing back and bending the arc. It's our turn. What are we going to do? All of us have to answer that question. But I know part of the answer is we have to do more.
Will you yield, will the senator yield for another question?
I yield for a question, but I will retain, while retaining the floor.
This is a question about the signs of the times in our democracy. We will celebrate 250 years of American democracy in 2026. And I want it to be a celebration, not a coronation, not a requiem, not a wake, but a celebration. A week ago Sunday, 250 years ago, Patrick Henry stood on the floor of Henrico Parish, now known as St. John's Episcopal Church on Churchill in Richmond, at a moment of decision where people were challenged to understand the signs of the times, at a moment of tyranny. And he asked the immortal question, and I almost view your vigil as asking the same question about where we would stand in such a moment. And there were different forks in the road, a phrase that has attained some meaning recently. And Patrick Henry said, as for me, give me liberty or give me death. You're giving a liberty speech, my colleague. You're giving a liberty speech as the nation begins to think about 250 years of democracy. The opposite of liberty, that which Henry was fighting against, was tyranny. I am one that believes that we should mark anniversaries. We shouldn't just act steady state like this country was ordained and will just go on forever regardless. We're coming up on 250 years of American democracy, and there is a live question about its continued existence that this generation is grappling with. Henry gave that speech at St. John's Church, and a few months later, July 4, 1776, the U.S. declared its independence from England. And our history in this new chapter began. And at various points along the way, during the 1850s, say, or during the 1950s, generations just like ours have had to grapple with the question of whether the experiment will continue or not. Some of our national symbols have some unusual aspects to them that point to this experiment. We have a national anthem that ends with a question, not an assertion, not a declaration, but whether the flag will still stand over the home of the free and the land of the brave, question mark.
I mentioned that.
The state flag that Virginia adopted on July 5, 1776 is a most unusual flag. It has a woman representing Roman virtue standing astride a deposed tyrant whose crown is knocked off, who is holding a broken chain in his hand that he's laying on the ground. It's one of only 6 state flags with a woman on it. It's the only state flag that features toplessness, which occasionally creates some raciness in schools as students ask about it. But it's also the flag with the most unique state motto of any state. All states have mottos. 49 states' mottos are positive. Hope, Eureka, Excelsior, onward and upward, ad astra per aspera. Michigan's has the most unusual positive motto. In Latin, if you seek a pleasant peninsula, look around you. Well, I wasn't looking for a peninsula, but I'd rather it be pleasant than not. Virginia's is the only flag and the only state with a motto that's not positive. It's a rebuke. Sic semper tyrannis. Thus be it always, thus be it ever to tyrants. George Wythe, Thomas Jefferson's teacher, was in charge of designing the flag and chose that as the motto. Think about the verb tense, right? It's the only one that's a rebuke. And it has stayed on our state seal and state flag since July 5, 1776. Many state flags have been changed in the last 20 years. Utah's changed, Minnesota's changed, Mississippi's changed, Georgia's changed. Virginia has essentially not changed since 1776. Neither the figure of virtue standing astride a deposed monarch or the motto, sic semper tyrannis, again, the verb tense, semper, always. Ever. It's not in the current tense, no tyrants are down with tyrants. It's in the future tense, thus be it always to tyrants, thus be it ever to tyrants. The Virginia flag that we pass by in Virginia every day without thinking about it, it's in every school we pass it by. It asks us 2 questions 250 years later. Do we retain the ability to recognize tyranny? Do we retain the virtue to defeat it? Can we recognize tyranny? Can we retain the virtue to defeat it? My friend, you are standing on the floor in the tradition of Patrick Henry 250 years later. You're raising a question about liberty and our fidelity to it. And so my question to you would be, what gives you hope that the answer we will give to these questions as Americans, as those commemorating a quarter millennium of American democracy, what gives you confidence that we will answer these questions in a way that will honor those who came before us?
I want to answer that question. I want to first say that Hakeem Jeffries is here. And now I'm worried because 2 Brooklynites are shaking hands. And I confess, when I had the floor and Schumer was, for the only time in my life, I could deny him the right to speak on the Senate floor, I confess to my friend, who's part of the X generation, hip-hop generation, my brother who is part of this transition in American history, from greatest generation to the baby boomers, from the baby boomers now, we're seeing leaders emerge that are X-geners, millennials, and he represents so much of the best of the future. I want to, this question's so good, okay, because you didn't honor your commitment to me and talk about your book. But I just want to say that I insulted Brooklyn for stealing my nets. I told the leader, I abused my power to retain the floor, and I told the leader that there's only one football team in New York, the Buffalo Bills. The other 2 are from New Jersey. I should have reminded the leader that the chairman of the board who sings New York, New York is actually from New Jersey. Overturned an effort for Medicare. I could go on with this litany, but I do want to get back to your very serious question about tyranny. I think many of us have read books like On Tyranny, and we're doing a lot. We're reading articles of people are talking about the fears that they have about this document. And you and I have had serious conversations over the last 72 days of Donald Trump's presidency. How much of the encroachments, I would say, encroachment is a gentle word, of the separation of powers is happening. We're watching justices or judges from Republican appointees to Democratic appointees trying to stop him from doing things. Which one of our great Bill of Rights amendments, from freedom of the press
costs for out-of-pocket
He is doing things to the press
generic drugs, as well
that,
as
in my opinion, are
Medicaid
bullying
payments
them,
being eligible for rare
breaking with traditions the presidents have done in the past, trying to create press corps like Putin or Erdogan have, where they only let people in the room who will give obsequious
I came here in the Senate.
supplications, often for the dear leader.
Admonition
What about the freedom of
Bill
speech?
Bradley, somebody who held my seat
You and
for
I both
him.
know the reprehensible
He
speech is
challenged me to
protected.
go and have lunch with,
Disappearing people for what they said. Scalia talked very clearly about
back in 2013.
having
And I
rights
was told by
even
Don
when you're
McCain's
in the
staff that I
country.
had
One of the most conservative justices
10,
said,
15
you have
minutes,
rights.
But I was going to take it. This is John McCain.
We're seeing him invoke emergencies. You've been the leader in our caucus talking about the absurdity of these emergencies he's doing, and you've tried to rally this body to say, don't let this happen. You've talked
And documentation
to me
from
about
Congress
all of these things.
in 2017.
So
he was
what
under
is
extraordinary
the
pressure.
limit of tyranny? Well, you and I, and we talked about this with your book, I'm trying to get back there.
Crisis.
I told you once when
And
Skip
there were
Gates did my
thousands of
history
Americans descending on our capital.
that he traced my history back to Virginia. I try to show you that I have more Virginia legitimacy because my roots go back to
They would
1640 in your
roll
state.
up to Congress people and raise their little voice, respect.
The Stampers came over,
And ask them
following
not to
down,
take away
down,
their
down,
privilege.
then Henrietta
I remember
Stamper,
people coming in here with
who my
previ-
mom
with
still talks about as a
preexisting
relative,
conditions that they don't-
John Stamper, and the chart that
not even have a
the
plan
chart
to
that
replace
Skip Gates gave me, the only thing he could say about John Stamper's, the
Trump was
mother
asked
of
about
Henrietta
healthcare
Stamper
when
was
he was candidate
slave
for
woman.
office, and he said he had, I think it was
Born
conception.
Henrietta Stamper, they called her on her documents mulatto, and
Since he's been in office,
Stamper fought for her ownership because it would later come out that that was his
budget proposals
child.
that would cut people's health care.
And these are the traditions in my family. It's really amazing what Skip Gates did, and
Ever forget that moment.
showed me that I'm the direct descendant of slaves and slave owners. I'm the direct descendant
I
of
remember correctly having
a Confederate soldier that was captured in retreat. I'm a direct descendant
and
of Native Americans and people that fought in the Creek Wars to kill Native Americans.
to listening to Arizonans.
And this traditions in our country, I draw upon all of them. I'm proud of all of them. They speak to us. They speak to the complicated history of America.
He wrote a speech about his decision.
But perhaps one of the best things I got about this complicated history was a visit to my office
of the United
by,
States
I don't
Senate.
know if I told the leader this. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm going to return to this question, but I think I know how busy the
had
leader
another
is.
long-
So I will, if the leader asks
Not
me a
as
question,
long
I will,
before I arrived.
if he asks if I'll yield for a question,
Another profession.
Yes, will the senator yield for a question?
I yield for a question while retaining the
Which
floor.
I had experiences.
Now, before I ask my question, what a tour de force. You are
But make no
amazing.
mistake, my service here is
You have, it's not only the amount of time that you have spent here on the floor, what strength,
and I'm so grateful
but
to
the
people in
brilliance of
Arizona
your indictment of this awful administration that is so destroying our democracy,
opportunities
that is
gives me
taking so much away from working people in the middle class,
role in the
and
history of the country.
at the same time, all for tax cuts for the billionaires.
I've
You're
known and
amazing.
admired
We
men
salute
and
you.
women
America salutes you. All eyes are
much
on you.
more
You're incredible. Now, here is
role in history.
my question that is related
True states
to what our Republican friends are trying to do
Science of
to all the
American
things that you were so opposed.
They came
So are you aware
from both
that
parties
while you were here on the floor
and various
today,
backgrounds.
Senate Republicans
Their ambitions were
are
frequently
declaring that
in
using
conflict.
the current policy
different views
baseline
on the
is
issues
up
today.
to Lindsey Graham, not the
And they often
parliamentarian?
had very serious
I
disagreements.
believe that this
About how to
is going nuclear, and it shows how hell-bent they are
But they
on
knew,
giving tax
however
breaks to the
sharp
rich,
and heartfelt their
even if it goes nuclear,
keen their
even
ambition,
if it violates
they
all the
had an
norms
obligation
that they have had, even if it breaks all the promises they have made.
to ensure
Do you agree
the
with
Senate
me
discharged
that this
its
is a
constitutional
just a move that is
effectively?
so against what the traditions of the Senate have been about, but not just the traditions of the Senate. Fairness, decency, ability to debate issues fairly. They're afraid to debate them. They're afraid to defend tax cuts for billionaires. They're afraid
to function,
to admit they're taking away Medicaid from so many
the
Americans.
most revered members
And so
of
they
this
come up
institution
with this nuclear
accepted
option,
the necessity
showing
of compromise
that they don't care anymore
to make
about norms,
incremental
about
progress
rules,
on
and
solving
even about going
America's
nuclear,
problems
which the leader,
and to
the Republican
defend
leader, and all of them said, oh no, they're not going to do that. Well, now they say they're going to do it. What does the senator think? Does he agree with me that it's going nuclear? Does he agree with me that is a nasty, vicious, and
as the world's most deliberative
self-seeking for the billionaires, which is what they're doing, way of proceeding?
Chuck, not 100% right now, and you just hit me with stunning news that I can't even think about how to respond right now. I'm stunned by that. I wish, if you want to ask me a question, it has to be a question. I wish you would explain it a little bit more, because what you're basically saying to me is that we're not going to go through the parliamentarian, that this is a gimmick that is going to be done to try to break really with the Byrd rule requirements of reconciliation. I'm using Senate speak, and I don't think we should use that. So what they're going to try to say is obscure the impact of reconciliation. They're going to obscure this, the incredible tax cuts, the cost of trillions of dollars to our economy, blowing up our debt. So-called fiscal hawks are going to blow it up.
Our deliberations can still be important.
I'm stunned by this news.
So if asking the senator, the great Senator Booker, a question.
I yield for a question while retaining the floor.
Producing much for the American people.
Does he agree
Both sides
that this is
Let's leave the
just
history of who shot
a
first
blow
historians.
to the people of America? And it shows that the folks the people on the other side are only interested not in playing decent, not in playing fair, not in being honest with the American people, but taking money out of the pockets of working people and the middle class and putting it in the hands of billionaires. Is that something that this country should just countenance because it does so much harm to the country and does it not show what our colleagues are really like and what they're after?
Yes, the answer to those questions is yes, but I just want to more say it's the further breaking of the Senate in a severe way. It's breaking of the Senate. Every time you break the Senate like that, to do another big nuclear option thing, the next time around, when the pendulum swings, I've been here for 12 years, I've watched it swing back and forth, there's no going back now.
Would the senator yield for another question?
I yield for a question while retaining the floor.
Does the senator remember that when this was done in the past, McConnell said they would regret it and they'll regret it sooner than they think? Does the senator agree that that applies to the Republicans? They will regret it and they will regret it sooner than they think.
I hate to answer the question this way, but America will regret this day. American people will regret this day. All of us will regret this. All of us will.
I hate to bring the senator bad news,
have to
but I'm
ask
asking
me-
him a question.
Yes.
And I needed his answer, given how eloquent he has been about what America should be and what America should not be. And so I yield the floor to the senator.
You cannot yield the floor because I have the floor, sir.
Yes.
I retain the floor. This is one of the few times in my life I'll ever get to tell Chuck Schumer what the rules are here. But I just want to get back to you, and maybe there's a better way to get to you by sharing a story I don't think I've ever told you. It was a few years ago with one of Biden's last State of the Union speeches, and we all had to vote on the floor about an hour before the speech, and then we would come back here and assemble to do this extraordinary walk, through history. And so days before that, I was with the leader, Hakeem, and I was with some other people in the Oval Office with the president, and the president had put his arm around me as we finished the meeting and said, "Hey, Cory." I'm like, "Yes, Mr. President. I got a big speech coming up." And I know, Mr. President. And he goes, "I'm going to go to Camp David,
and work on it. And I said, okay, Mr. President. He goes, can I call you if I need some help? And I said, yeah, right, Mr. President. Sure. And that was it. The weekend he didn't call me for help with his speech. And we came here and did that vote an hour before. And then I like walking out that door. And many people know this. I like going, if I can, I go straight out the next doors onto the steps. I love those steps. Maybe because I watched Schoolhouse Rock as a kid, and that's where Mr. Bill, I'm just a Bill.
We're getting nothing done.
And so I pause sometimes there and just feel this sense of gratitude, and the Supreme Court right in front of me, the Library of Congress, and stand in the right place to see the gold dome behind you. And as I'm standing there in that moment, an hour before we have to hustle back here, my phone rings, I answer my phone, and it begins with what I think is one of the top stupidest questions in America. You've gotten this question. I think you would agree with me. You're not the kind of guy that uses words like, hey, this is stupid, but this is stupid. The thing I heard, the stupid question, this is the White House operator, will you hold for the President of the United States? Who says no to that question? And as one does when they get a call from the President of the United States. And so I say, yeah, I will hold. I'm no, wait a minute, I'm washing my hair, you know? I say, yes, of course. And next thing you know, it's Joe Biden, and he goes, Cory! And I go, Mr. President. He goes, I'm struggling with my speech. And at that point, I know you weren't this kind of student in college, but all my guilt from my college days of waiting to the last minute to finish a paper were gone. If the President of the United States is waiting to the last minute to finish a speech, heck, I feel good. And so he goes, Cory, can I read you a section of the speech? And he read me a section of the speech where I have a lot of policy depth, and I couldn't believe it. The President of the United States, hour before his speech, rehearsing a part of the speech, and then he asks me that immortal question, you're a married man, you have to give me good advice on how to answer this question when your spouse looks at you and says, how do I look? You're torn between two things, right? Maybe to tell the truth or tell your spouse what they want to hear. Tell me what you answer with. You can't do it now because I have the floor. And so I take a moment. Am I going to tell the president what I really think of the section, or am I going to just say, yes, Mr. Leader? So I decided, he called me up an hour before speech. He must really want my advice, and I gave some hard input. Turn this dial down more, turn this one to whatever. And he said, okay, Cory. Abruptly, he's gone. I go home to the office, back to the office. I tell my chief of staff, I just got a call from the President of the United States. He asked for help with a speech. What a crazy life moment while I stood on the steps, like the Bill, I'm just a Bill. Anyway, we get back here, and it's a wonderful moment in the Senate. I don't know if anybody has the privilege of seeing what we do. We all gaggle around those doors. We talk to each other. People think we always fight and yell. That's not the case. Democrat, Republican merge into this ball of senatorial humanity, and then those doors open. I love it. Because you walk out, you walk past Thune's office, which used to be the Library of Congress. You walk past the old Senate chamber, where some of the greatest debates in American history and violence on that Senate floor, with the caning of Sumter. You walk through the dome. A statue by an 18-year-old woman named Reams of Lincoln. The suffrage leaders, Martin Luther King, presidents, extraordinary presidents. Then you walk past where the old house used to meet. And you love this, I love this, those little globe plates on the floor where presidents had their desks, exactly where the presidents have their desks. Most people go in right under Junipero Serra, California's statue. Under that cross is Lincoln's gold plank, people that were in the House and served in the presidency. That's not my favorite one, though. It's John Quincy Adams. Why? You know this. The only person in American history ever, it'll probably never happen again, where somebody went from the presidency and came back to the House, ran for a House seat, worked at that spot where that desk was till he collapsed, was carried off the floor. He would soon later die. Amazing. Maybe a future president will. Maybe Obama's going to get, and I got to run for the House. Then you get into that old chamber. And we sit down, we find our seats, and that great moment, I don't care if you're a Republican or Democrat, when that person walks in and says, the President of the United States of America, I still get that feeling. Joe Biden comes in, and I think he sets a record for the longest it would take to get from those doors all the way down. Everybody he's talking to, Marjorie Taylor Greene, what's up? He's just touching everybody. He gets up there, he gives a speech. Now, you know that this is an aerobic event. You stand up, you sit down, you stand up, you sit down. You got to get your squats in when you're doing it. Get the exercise for a little while. Well, this part of the speech he called me on is, and I'm sitting down, and I hear my input in the speech. I don't know if you all noticed it, my colleagues, but I was the first person to stand up for that section. And I was looking at shots. Get up, man. This is the best speech ever given. thing over and over again.
It was amazing.
Listen
I go
to
home,
John
I'm
McCain.
kind of buzzing about the whole experience, and then I'm lying in bed, and I unfortunately have my phone on my nightstand. It goes off, and I see a number I don't recognize. I open it up,
With no idea how to fix it.
and it says, Senator Booker,
Millions of Americans.
this is John Meacham, the great historian. Thank you for helping the President of the United States with this speech. You made more of a difference than you'll ever know. And my first thought was, how do I print this out? How do you print out a text? So he gave me his cell phone number, and now I'm going to troll him. I'm going to keep calling him until this historian comes to my office, and finally he relents, and he comes. And now he steps into your domain, my brilliant friend of history. I express worry,
And why?
fear, concern, demagoguery in our land, rising of tribalism. I dump on him. I'm normally a prisoner of hope. I'm normally a purveyor of finding your joy, even in the toughest times. And he listens for a while, and then,
We're not saving any money
And
for
then-
our budgets. Their plan is to expand our budget prices.
and then
Their plan will add trillions of dollars.
he looks
to our
at me and
budget.
says, Cory, there's nothing about this time that is unprecedented. It's all precedented.
John McCain is talking about.
You want to talk about demagoguery? And he goes through every generation of Americans having extraordinary demagogues. I read
We are mistaken.
Chase
when we
Smith's,
don't come
Margaret Chase
together
Smith's
across the aisles, across
incredible
our
speech on this
differences,
floor against the
trying to
demagogue
make
and the demagoguery
things
within our own
better.
party. He talks about the number one radio show in all of America. The majority of Americans listen to his anti-Semitic screeds.
Chronic disease in this nation than we have ever had
Father
before,
Coughlin.
and there's no solution being
He went through them all.
reconciliation to deal
And he
with
said,
that.
you want to think
In
worry?
fact, we're
He said
making
that there was
it
an
worse
American general in the
because
Depression.
children
He
access
said his
to
name, I'm
healthy
forgetting
food.
it now, I'm not at my best, and said that this guy was calling for a military takeover of our democracy. You want to talk about authoritarianism? He talked about a senator here on the left, Huey Long, who was calling for the people to storm the Capitol. He went through this all, and he said every single time Nazis in Manhattan at Madison Square Garden. I couldn't believe it. It was unbelievable. I wish people were there listening to this guy as he went through all these times when America was at a crossroads, when we came upon a moral moment. And he said, what happened, how we chose the right path, when people were trashing this document or treading on it or undermining it, when demagogues rose to the highest points of popularity in our land, how did we stop it? Well, he looked at me with some sympathy and said, not you guys, not a senator. It was that the better majority of American people said enough. They chose to define the soul of our country. He gave that phraseology to our president. And he said the soul of America is not the people in office, it is the everyday citizens who choose the better angels of their nature, who choose right over wrong, who recognize a moral moment and know that they have to stand up and bend the arc of the moral universe, or more importantly, steer the ship of our state out of the troubled waters into clear,
but they are more partisan,
open sea.
more tribal, more of the time than any
I rose here, and I've gotten into lots of questions with my colleagues, but I rose hoping to read more and more of the stories, as many Americans as I could in during the night. My friend Chris Murphy and I read a lot of them.
aren't producing much for the American people.
You know me well, my friend. You know the truth of all of us in this place. You know the truth of everybody. We're all mountain ranges. We all have peaks and we all have valleys. You, my friend, have seen my valleys, me at my worst. I've failed as a leader at times, or at least come up short from my own personal expectations.
Our system depends.
You've seen me at some of my better moments.
It accounts for our imperfections.
I know we have obligations. I know people are right to be upset or demanding of us right now. Please help us. What are you doing in the face of people that might make it so that that we might not have elections, or might make it so that we do break things in this government that can never be fixed? As one of the speakers that came into our caucus, the people that wrote the book, How Democracies Die.
Mandating legislation from the
Great
top down,
nations, great civilizations, forget democracies, don't necessarily die from external threats. They die from internal corruption. Like, think of the Roman Empire.
I voted for the
Think of the Soviet Empire, crumbled from its own corruption, failure to live up to its promises and ideals. We are at this moment. I am here to tell you, America, to tell my friends and colleagues, and anybody who cares to listen to a senator from New Jersey, that we are at that moment. We're past that moment. Every day things are happening. The 72 days of this administration, God, if there's not enough to upset you, to ignite you, to realize that maybe you and your family are not getting hurt, but other Americans are, our veterans are, our seniors are. We've told their stories here over these last 21 hours, 22 hours, we've told their stories. People are getting hurt. People are afraid. People are worried.
This is wrong.
And people I don't even agree with
should be conserving my
are getting disappeared. Law firms that I've known for my entire career,
Yes, I would yield for a question while retaining the
for my entire career, are being forced to kowtow to this president.
So meaningful.
Universities that should be the bastions of free speech, free thought, free enterprise, intellectual research, academic research, scientific research are getting torn up by cutting indirect costs. I read stories of PhD programs that are virtually being canceled from the best scientific minds, not being able to build the state-of-the-art labs. The country that has led humanity in scientific invention is taking a blow. And Fareed Zakaria, I read his article here, and he's saying that China is doubling down on investments on the universities as this president is cutting them, unless, of course, you come to the leader and make all these commitments, meet all of these demands. There should be enough already. It should be enough already. And so this is that moment John Meacham told me about. I want us to try in the Senate. I know my colleagues. I see Tammy Baldwin. I see Chris Murphy. I see Angela Osborne. I love you guys. I've served side by side with you. I know your passion. I've heard your anger. I've heard your fear. I've heard how you want to fight for this country. But we are not enough. We can do demonstrations. We can do demands. We could try to do things differently. In fact, we must.
Down our throats like they did.
I will definitely yield to Tammy Baldwin, my friend and my colleague.
To another question.
Thank you very much. I don't have that much gas in the tank, but hold on, let me say it right. I yield for a question while retaining the floor.
But his private conversations with members and
So noted.
Thank you.
Senator, since you have taken the floor,
around his track of life. He didn't want to be remembered as someone
which I suppose is nearly a full day now,
kind of language boneheaded
there have been
to hurt a lot
new
of innocent, fragile people.
breaking news of mass firings. Perhaps others have come to the floor to talk about it, but you were just talking about how great democracies are shredded, sometimes from within. Look, one of the pieces of breaking news today is the mass firing of our nation's public health agency within it. Today it was reported that the Health and Human Services Department began firing up to 10,000 more people. It's more than the previous firings, including researchers, scientists, support staff, and senior leaders. These are people who are doing work to keep our children safe from preventable illnesses, and researchers who are searching for cures and treatments for diseases that plague our families, like cancer and diabetes and Alzheimer's. And look, we can all agree that government could be and should be more efficient. But here is where I disagree with the unelected Elon Musk and people like our president. People stopping the spread of measles. Researchers finding cures for Alzheimer's disease are not waste, fraud, or abuse.
I came here and people said because of that we're all
The
going to partner
slash and burn that is being led by Elon Musk's Doge will make Americans less healthy, less safe. And Elon Musk's Doge and Donald Trump are callously ripping away treatments, cures from millions of Americans suffering from Alzheimer's disease, cancer, ALS, and other devastating diseases. Behind these cures are, of course, workers.
I'm well aware.
And they are some of our nation's brightest and best and most devoted. They keep our nation healthy and our economies running. But this administration is not respecting their work, their mission. And I have to point out the why. What is the why to all of their actions? Today announced that they're starting that slashing of 10,000 workers within the Department of Health and Human Services. By the way, with more in store, because last week they announced an reorganization that would result in 20,000 people losing their jobs. But what is the why? Ripping the rug out from under cancer and Alzheimer's disease and ALS patients is all in service of finding the money that Elon Musk and Donald Trump need to cut taxes for themselves and billionaires like them. And yes, big corporate tax breaks. They are cutting cancer cures for corporate tax breaks. Senator Booker, these cuts to health and human services are going to crush families in Wisconsin, whether it be people not having hope for a cure for a disease, or to the workers who are doing this groundbreaking research all across the United States, who are going to be fired. In New Jersey, what will these firings mean for the people who you represent?
I'm so grateful for the question, because that's what we said we were here about. We're here to try to elevate the voices of people affected by what they're doing to our government, and frankly, as they cut the Department of Education completely, or the Consumer Finance Protection Bureau, they're getting rid of agencies that were created by Congress, and many people are right to believe that can't be eliminated without congressional action. And we were talking before with people here that the majority, the biggest plurality of people being laid off from all of these departments are our veterans. And again, I'm going to be back in New Jersey this weekend. I'm going to try to be at a rally, a town hall. I know everywhere I go in my state, I'm going to hear from people who are rightfully angry, who are rightfully afraid, who are affected by this, who are fearful of what's to come. These are such important human emotions. But the question then is going to be for all of us, and I know people will be questioning me, what are we going to do? What can I do? What are you going to do, Senator? And so I don't have a brilliant response. I don't have some prescient idea that we are going to be able to change the course of this, but I know we're going to fight. And I want to be honest with you, I wasn't sure we could stop Donald Trump when he tried to take down the ACA. I just wasn't sure. I really wasn't. I did not know how that would end. People gasped. Do you remember that in this room? People gasped. We did not know. It was really, this room usually has very predictable actions. That's why I'm still standing here, because I didn't want the predictable. I didn't want business as usual to happen. It's rare that we have unpredictability on this floor. It's usually finely orchestrated. You and I both know this, but that day, no one expected that, or at least wasn't sure. It was drama. It was a moment. And we won. And I want to tell you this, I said this earlier, when I say we won, I don't think there's one senator here and the 99 others that convinced John McCain of his vote. I know who did, though, Arizonans who stood up, who spoke up and demanded more from their leadership, not to hurt people, not to hurt folks who needed that health care, not to hurt folks with pre-existing conditions, not to hurt children. So I am one of these people who wants to learn from our history.
He said, this is a good thing, this is a
I
bad
want to
thing.
stand here today and tell you I'm going to do everything I can. I'm willing to go to some lengths. But I am inadequate. You are inadequate. We're senators with all of this power, but in this democracy, the power of the people is greater than the people in power. This is a moral moment that more Americans need to stand up and say enough is enough. I'm sorry. The civil rights movement wasn't won because of just a few black folks who stood up and were really articulate. No, they called to the conscience of this country, and the country responded. And it was a rainbow coalition that said, this ain't who we are in America.
Isn't that a huge difference between the way McCain looked at waste, whether it's in the military
So
or anything else.
I know New Jerseyans are hurting. I know I've been to your state. I love your state. I love sitting side. But we had some fun in your state together. We've saw young artists, business people. You are this person that says this word over and over again, more than any Republican or Democrat. Buy American, and created so many jobs in your state. We were in some packed restaurant. People packed, not to see me as a special guest, but to listen to your story. You are a trailblazer too in this Senate. You are doing things that our founders did not expect, and you know that. And you want to stand up. I heard you in our caucus.
I used to be an executive.
I heard you in the Schumer's leadership meeting, standing up for people that are most marginalized, most looked down on, most talked about. I hear you, Tammy.
County executive like Coons or a mayor.
Question.
I won't respond to a question. I'm going to read this for the 75th time. I will yield for a question while retaining the floor.
Thank you, Senator Booker. You just talked about your visit to Wisconsin. You've had many, but there was one that you're talking about that I remember really well and really fondly. I had the privilege of hosting you and showing you what our state had to offer.
Yes.
Something that I likely bragged about then, like I often do, is that the Badger State is known for making things. While I know you don't indulge in all of the things that we do make, because of course we have our iconic products like beer and brats and cheese, but we also build motorcycles and big industrial ships and engines that power our Navy and so much more. That's right. Make one too.
Yes.
Build them. And of course, behind it all is our workers, as you were just talking about. And whether they are in a marsh harvesting cranberries, we're number one in cranberry production.
We're in the top
country.
5 in New Jersey.
I know, but we're number one. Not that I'm competitive here. Or whether we're on a foundry floor, or whether that worker is on an assembly line, workers are what make our economy go round. And so naturally, they are the ones we should be prioritizing in all of our policy. But that's not what this administration is doing.
This will drive up costs.
They are going to get a slap across the face when the administration slaps across the board tariffs
And that is the spirit of why John McCain
and gets us into a trade war.
Yes.
And it's going to be these workers who pay the price. And Wisconsinites are really worried about what we're going to see this week.
I wish the gentleman strength.
They worry about their businesses.
I appreciate you allowing me.
You met so many of them when I hosted you. Their livelihoods, their communities. They're worried because we have all been here before. Wisconsin was one of the hardest hit states by retaliatory tariffs last time Donald Trump started a trade war. During Donald Trump's last trade war, American farmers lost $27 billion in export sales. And according to further records, the state's economy lost more than $3 billion worth of product sales, product exports. And our manufacturing economy in Wisconsin, well, we lost about $26 billion in exports. And you know what? The exports that Wisconsin manufacturers make is supported by more than 460,000 jobs. And our agricultural economy is supported by 350,000 jobs. And so a trade war would be devastating to the workers of Wisconsin. And then the prices. People have been struggling with the high price of things in grocery stores, at gas stations. A number of our business leaders have spoken out about the impending tariffs. Arian's company in Brillion, Wisconsin, which makes outdoor power equipment like snow blowers, told Reuters News that policy whiplash in this arena is making it difficult to plan, especially as price hikes are likely in the works. And Roden Echo Valley in West Bend told one of our media outlets, WTMJ4, that, and I quote, "I don't like this tariff business. It's going to be on the backs of farmers because we have to depend on the world to export our commodities." He highlighted the dependency of the dairy industry on global trade, noting that 15 to 20% of dairy products are exported. And if we lose, I quote again, 15% of our markets for dairy, it's going to be absolutely devastating. We've seen this before. Again, in service to a big tax break for billionaires and corporations. But to my esteemed colleague from New Jersey, thank you for visiting the state of Wisconsin. And I want to ask what the impact would be in New Jersey. What would President Trump's tariffs mean for the workers of the Garden State?
Focus it there because that's who President Trump made promises to in my state. That things are bad with this economy because it's not serving people who are working every day. Promised that he would make things better. I'll make grocery prices go down. He said that. And so people are expecting that's where he'd focus. They didn't think he'd focus on Greenland. Didn't think they'd focus on the Gulf of Mexico. Didn't think he'd focus on bullying Canada. Didn't think he'd focus on turning his back on Ukraine. Didn't think that he'd focus on gutting the Department of Education and ending it. This is not the reason why people voted for them. They did something that Reverend Warnock calls as a vote is a sort of prayer. He says it's like a civic prayer that I'm putting a prayer out there that you will be who I hope you can be. You will be a blessing to my life and not a burden. But you're talking about the burdens that he's bringing. This economy, under 72 days, has not gotten better for working Americans, and they don't even see the president trying to make it better. They see what he's doing to make it worse, and one of the things is going to be these tariffs, which are going to raise costs on working Americans. Then what Chuck Schumer said to me, it's sounding like it's going to just sail through a plan that's going to blow trillions of dollars of holes into our budget, give trillions of dollars of tax cuts to the wealthiest, and gut your Medicaid, and gut your services for your grandparents in nursing homes. People believed, people put their trust. I don't blame them.
As I learned when I was a mayor, data is power.
They're my fellow Americans.
Manage a problem unless you have.
They wanted for them families, they wanted an America that was more affordable.
Pull back things like that. Again,
they wanted America to be first prioritized. They wanted a safer America, stronger America, more prosperous America. I heard that.
To inform their strategies.
And so I know when I'm back home this weekend, I know that I'm going to encounter a lot of folks who are workers in my state who are getting hurt. They want better. They want better from their government. And so the burden upon us and each other is, what are we going to do? Are we going to do the same old thing over and over again? Or are we going to try to do things different? Are we going to be willing to, again, get in good trouble, necessary trouble, to try to save the soul of this nation?
Less informed, less empowered to deal with the health challenges that we still deal with. Since the Trump administration made the disastrous decision for agencies to pause external
well, I think my colleague, my dear sister, my prayer partner, my soul lifter, I thought I heard you say something?
Yes. Will the senator yield for a question?
Yes. I yield for a question while retaining the floor.
Well, I first of all want to thank you so much again, Senator Booker, for your spiritual obedience. And I think it's necessary for me to say as well today to you, on behalf of so many of us who are watching right now, how extraordinarily proud we are of you. I would dare say that you are, in so many ways, our ancestors' dream. And how powerful it is for all of us who are watching to recognize that in this very chamber you are standing today, 67 years after this podium was used, for the 24 hours that you have used the podium that was used to block the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1957, and today you have taken over the podium, sacrificed your own comforts. You have suffered over 22 hours to stand here today to talk instead about the greatness of America and to speak about it in such a way that reveals the love you feel for our country, and we thank you for that. This country needs right now bravery. It needs leaders who are unafraid to stand up and speak truth to power, to not hold back when calling out these callous and inhumane acts that are perpetrated by this president against the American people. And when I talk about the American people, we know who we're talking about, against our veterans, against our seniors, against our children from every corner of our country. And I want to talk specifically today about our children. Mahatma Gandhi noted that the true measure of any society can be found and how it treats its most vulnerable members. This president is failing America's children, and he's doing so by harming our education system. We remember as well very fondly when Nelson Mandela said education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. And I think many of us recognize that that is exactly why we're seeing all of the attacks that we've seen on this system, because we recognize that education allows us to change the world. Last Friday, Secretary McMahon shut yet another critical lifeline off to our states and our schools, canceling extensions that the department had previously granted to states to draw down their COVID relief money. States like Maryland originally got extensions to finish spending the remainder of these critical dollars on long-term projects, like teacher recruitment, tutoring, and other services for students. We know in particular Anne Arundel Public Schools brought Chromebooks for students with their funds, but Maryland still has a remaining ESSER balance of nearly $150 million. $150 million, that's on top of the millions that have already been clawed back, frozen, or withheld from the state by this administration. These are funds that districts like ours from all across the country were using for school construction projects and mental health supports for students. This administration is refusing to acknowledge the lasting effects of the pandemic on our nation's students, cruelly stripping educational opportunities from our students and leaving our states and our districts on the hook. So let me be clear that these are dollars that Congress authorized, dollars that have already been allocated, dollars that have already been earmarked by Maryland and our local districts for projects that will help all of our students. Our schools planned and committed these funds in good faith. In good faith. Our states have acted in good faith, and this administration is acting in bad faith, pulling the rug out from underneath them, blowing a hole in their education budgets. Our governor had this to say, and I quote, "The clawback of these previously committed funds would place an undue burden on our school systems and undermine our collective efforts to strengthen education across the state." And this is only the latest attack on public education by this administration. The latest attack on our schools and our students, the latest attack on our teachers. And we saw this administration attack HBCUs by freezing funds for the 1890 School Scholars Program, which provides tuition for students at our land-grant institutions. We saw this administration and Secretary McMahon slash teacher training grants, which help prepare our educators to serve our communities. We saw this administration proposing to move the student loan program to the Small Business Administration, threatening students access to aid and the promise of higher education. We saw this, Secretary, and this administration lay off half of the staff at the Department of Education several weeks ago, firing over 1,300 staffers. And I want to talk for a minute about who the department fired. And by the way, these are people who are not incompetent. These are people who are not DEI. These are professionals, well-educated. The administration fired civil servants at the department's Office of Civil Rights and shuttered Office of Civil Rights regional offices, including the regional office that handles discrimination cases. And I want to make really clear, and I want the American people to hear this, that what decimating the Department of Education and the Office for Civil Rights means, it means that attorneys who intervene when schools ignore complaints from students who are repeatedly called racial slurs, or who are subjected to hateful speech or imagery like swastikas on campus. It provides the technical assistance that schools need to train staff on anti-harassment practices, combat harmful behaviors, and build welcoming environments. And it holds K-12 schools and colleges that fail to keep students safe accountable. It ensures that families have recourse if their child with a disability is not being served appropriately by their district. That if a child is not getting the speech therapy or other services outlined in their individualized education program, that they will have an advocate to help them. And at the time that this administration took over, there were over 270 open Office for Civil Rights cases impacting 1.3 million students in my state alone. Without enough OCR staff to do the job, investigators' caseloads will grow to an untenable level. So we spoke to some of the lawyers that work in the division that serves Maryland schools, and all of these patriotic civil servants, all they want to do is to do their jobs. They want to combat discrimination in our schools. They want to ensure that every child has the opportunity to learn in a safe environment. And these civil servants don't know that that mission is possible, as they and so many of their colleagues are ruthlessly fired by this administration. These cuts are catastrophic. I dare say that they, like so many other decisions by this administration, are wicked. And so, Senator Booker, here is my question. What are you hearing from families in the state of New Jersey as this administration dismantles the Department of Education and slashes opportunities for students and families?
I'm so grateful for the question from my friend, and that's the centering that we've been trying to do, which is what are families in New Jersey and around America thinking? As you said, the Department of Education, we read that earlier today, it doesn't dictate or educational policy to states, but it does do a lot to fund, do funding for special needs kids in the states. And so I'm already hearing from parents of kids with special needs and what the impact it will have if those resources are cut.
So proud of some of that work.
Everything from programs that help children afford, young people afford college, to programs that I've worked with people that help schools afford advanced scientific equipment so the bright minds, the geniuses of our state and the country can have the equipment they need. This administration is cutting things that are hurting families, and we are hearing from them. We're hearing from veterans, we're hearing from the elderly, we're hearing from people that are taking care of the elderly, we're hearing from people who run our hospitals, we're hearing from people that run our universities and who talk about the science funding and the cutting of PhDs. We're hearing from people who rely on Medicare and Medicaid, who rely on Social Security. We're hearing from people that are appalled that their nation bullies smaller nations like Canada or Greenland. We're hearing from people that are shocked at what they're doing to the most vulnerable people who come to our nation, who have American children, who have American spouse, or being disappeared off of our streets that have no criminal record. We're hearing from people that don't think it's right that a president should have a meme coin that allows him to enrich himself, to hawk his power and position for even greater wealth. And so I've done everything I can, and I'm going to do more. I've still got a little gas in the tank to elevate those voices. To elevate those voices.
Will the senator yield for a question?
This funding, it's a bill that
before I yield, because I just keep wanting to exercise this power that I might have for a little while longer, and exercise it over a man that I have a real chip on my shoulder. He's a senator from Arizona.
One of the best
he's been a military fighter pilot. He's been an astronaut, has been out of this world. But what ticks me off, sir, I've said nice things about everybody else, but I'm not saying them about you, sir. Because when I go home to New Jersey and I walk through my airport, I was a Newark mayor, my airport, I see your big, bald head up in big, big picture of you saying New Jersey Hall of Fame, Mark Kelly. Who the heck am I? You're the senator from Arizona, but yeah, you're right, okay. You're this great, celebrated military veteran and astronaut who grew up in New Jersey, who went to high school in West Orange, whose parents were cops. And so you have the accolades in my state, and I am proud of that. And proud I get to serve with you. I still have the floor, stop trying to speak.
Well,
There's rules in this place, don't make me think the parliamentarian or the presiding officer. Thank you, sir, thank you, sir.
Senator, my apologies for the big,
with
giant...
that kind of deference, I now will yield for a question while retaining the floor.
My apologies for my giant mug at Newark Airport, where I
overshadow me literally.
As Senator Booker knows, I did grow up in the state of New Jersey. And growing up in New Jersey, I came from a